Hello and welcome everyone to NACE Starleague. My name, Eric Desirix Patran. Joining me on the desk is Cole, Coco the Dragon Dambly, and we're ready for week number 4. We have a couple of matchups here today. How are you doing today, Cole?
I'm doing pretty good, and it's actually a battle of the Eastern regions here. We have Northeast region coming up as our first best-of-3 series, and then we have Eastern region wrapping up the night. But you know, all of this changing, all of this patchwork that's been happening with these Janatops and these very OP Zeri pickups, I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing to us tonight.
Yeah, so it's sure to be a fun one as we do head up into the matchup here. A reminder, this is a Swiss bracket, and today we'll be covering the teams that have 2-1 records, both of these squads right here. Every single one of them having the 2-1 records. The first match will be University of Massachusetts Amherst taking on the University of Concordia. The second slot will be High Point University doing battle with Johns Hopkins University.
Yep, and both of these teams, as all of these teams, as you mentioned, 2-1, so they have dropped those series. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see if these were close games or sweeps that they had taken those losses in, and that can really sort of interpret how well their performance has been throughout their Swiss bracket in the league entirely, because as we had seen last week, you have a very close best-of-3 matches, which can really make or break and show a lot of how that team can sort of work under pressure. But of course, we have to get into those rosters as well, and I'm going to be looking at the bans in the Champion Select against these teams. There's a lot of one-tricks, there's a lot of comfort picks that are going to be taken off the board, and the big question between Amherst and Concordia University is the capability to adapt or have a backup plan to go up in this best-of-3. And that's what's so great about those series situations, is that you can sort of learn on the fly, you can pick things up, or you can come in with a real strong cheese pick that can just take over the entire game.
Yeah, gonna be watching out for some of the bands that come out. Seraphine, I can imagine being one. Mr. Mudkippy
Hmm.
is addicted to that champion. Just looking at the recent champions played, very heavily into the enchanter role, which is something we've been seeing as of lately in the meta, sort of shift into that direction.
Of course, and it gives you that flexibility to either go with those hyper carries like Zeri or Jinx that Standby has been working with, as you'd mentioned. But on the other side, in on Concordia, you have the Kayn in the jungle for Ractic. Very dominant solo queue kind of pickup can provide a lot of pressure, and that question would then follow into, well, how are your lanes going to be able to set up and accelerate that Kayn? Because you need to get that Kayn transformation very, very quickly. But with those one tricks, those might just be right off the board, and you're going to have to adapt on the fly. So as we're jumping into pick and band here, Amherst on blue, Concordia on red, it is Thresh that's going to be the first ban potentially, as it is currently the consideration.
Just being hovered for the moment being, taking a look at what is played. The Great Hazam does play more into the Enchanter role, does flex it up a little bit, has grabbed some Nautilus play as of recently. Just going to take that one away. So the first man coming out of Amherst, just Thresh for the moment.
And when both of the bottom lanes really do prefer that enchanter role and that responsibility, taking out those few playmaking champions that could possibly sort of throw a wrench into the gears is of a top priority. There's also the Leona that's available, the Nautilus that's up as well. But if you don't have a good track record with it, it's like, all right, well, might as well just try and prioritize the better enchanter hyper ADC bottom lane for us to sort of accelerate through the rest of the game. But that does mean Zeri, being one of those best options, is going to be taken away. And honestly, I feel like Amherst actually has a good place of comfort to say, you know what, we've got a Seraphine one trick. It's not something that's like very potent at this moment in patch, but can still be very, very strong in knowledgeable hands. Unfortunately, they are going to get that banned out, as well as the Zillion. So enchanters and utility mages are going to be thrown away left and right. I'm going to be surprised what is going to be left up here.
I can imagine this is going to be a very interesting field
Yeah,
when it comes to the bot lane. It might
it's a
be the point of contention coming out of Amherst, just trying to make sure you
true.
gimp layer as much as possible, but kind of hard to tell in the early stages of this draft.
I'd be looking at like either a Lux or a Janna ban. That was a Caitlyn ban, as we had just sort of seen her flash before our eyes before she dipped away behind the blue. So Caitlyn being that other one, and then Jinx as well. So those hybrid carries that work really well with the enchanters haven't all taken off the board for the most part. I still see like the Sivir and the Felios are the two that are coming to my mind. And that is what Amherst is thinking, saying, all right, well, we can get the Aphelios Lulu is a possibility, Aphelios Nautilus. There's a lot of things that work well with this character, as long as they get people within short range or give the mobility and utility to this hyper carry to really get himself off the ground.
And when it comes to the squad, Standby has at least proven that he is a player you can carry from if you can get it towards those late stages. Aphelios is he can do a lot on the Rift.
Very
He
true.
does scale up towards the late end. See what the response from Concordia is going to be. Taking a look at what they value a lot. You were talking about that Kayn earlier in the pool of Ractic. It's going to be hovered for the time being, waiting for that lock in a couple seconds. I can't imagine it would go the other way. Yep, Kayn getting locked in for Concordia.
And with the Aphelios being taken here, I feel like you want to provide a little bit of range or some harassment to sort of win out the lane and make sure that he can't accelerate too quickly out of control in the beginning stages before he gets to that 2-item, 3-item power spike. I'd honestly think like a Misfortune or a Jhin here would be great, and it looks like Jhin is going to be that best option. Doesn't have a support matched with it just yet, but you still have the Morganas, you've got the Nautiluses that are all ready to go, even the Leonas too, to help create that lockdown. And if you have this kill bottom lane, it gives a really open door, like a really big open door for the Kayn on Ractic to say, hey, I'm going to try and get as many stacks as possible on this bottom lane, get to blue form as fast as possible. Let's just keep locking down, whittling away at them until we're able to get onto that transformation at a proper time. As Jarvan being picked up, but a good jungler that has sort of started to come out of the woodworks with great performances in professional play, and is something that can also can match the pressure that Kayn would be trying to look for in those early gank moments of the game.
J4 can do a lot in that early stage, can do a lot in the mid game. be quite effective in the late game as well. Just with all the tools he really has in his kit with the Flag and Drag, knock up the Cataclysm. Go ahead and pair that with the Wild Growth, with the Lulu
Yep.
getting locked in. And there's a lot of crowd control, but also a lot of protection for this Aphelios.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little bit more protection coming in later down the line, just to sort of keep everything in a congested space for this Aphelios to really pop off. And if you want to counter that, Janna, perfect option for this, and it works very well with the Jhin in its own right. Could be a Janna top. We still have that possibility up there, so that flex pick is going to be something that Amherst is going to have to address going into the second ban phase. Will they say, hey, we're expecting this Janna to be chilling out in the bottom lane, or maybe it is that flex pick and we're going to try and start thinking of options to really make sure that it is forced into a more comfortable situation for our composition to work with.
The start of the draft, going to focus on the bot lane for both of these squads as well as the jungle pool. This is just going to leave the mid lane, the top lane, those solo lanes to be drafted around Concordia. Going to target the Aurelia first, going for that top side. 2 more bans to come in. See what Amherst has.
And if you're Concordia, you're just banning out those hyper carries in the top lane to make sure that if you are planning to go that Janna top, you don't have something that can get out of control wildly in that side lane where this double support setup that you're going to be building to sort of amplify your power around objectives and sort of tempo play is going to be thrown off the rails. And in that same light, if you do continuously ban out those kind of hyper carries, it can give away that it is a Janna top, and Amherst can say, all right, well, don't worry about it. We can go ahead and look to create some extra pressure elsewhere on the map, maybe in mid, maybe in bottom lane. And with that Aphelios Lulu, you have a possibility to do just that. With the Corki ban as well, I would say, well, we might be looking at a pretty utility-based mid lane. I could see Victor being picked up, Azir being picked up here, and having this place where you can create a more awkward situation for Concordia to try and use that team fight focused composition to its maximum benefit.
And you can tell these bans coming out of Concordia are very targeting the comfort picks of UMass. Aurelia getting banned away, Zeus prominently plays that one. Urgot, the same thing for the top laner of UMass. So making sure that that comfort is going to be locked in, that they're going to have to play something that they really have to work on. Gwen being locked in on the side of Concordia. See what the response is going to be from UMass and what else they have up their sleeves.
Yeah, and just to inform the viewers here, that 5th ban for Amherst was a Victor ban, and I feel like that's kind of a shot in your own foot. I think that Victor would have just been so much better to sort of create that extra kill zone space, drop a gravity field down to where Concordia is put in this awkward congestion, and they can't just fully hard dive onto somebody or look for a hard pick with the Kayn Jhin setup. And of course, with the Gwen now as well, if you put Gwen in the gravity field, well, that's just going to be miserable to deal with and sort of walk around. But nonetheless, it is going to be Gragas in the top lane to sort of isolate that top side acceleration. And then the Orianna is going to be picked up. So you've got the Jarvan Orianna wombo combo. You can get people into the Cataclysm. You can create some massive damage. You've got good late game scaling. You've got good side wave control as well. The only big issue for me is sieging pressure right now. They're a pretty short-range team, and even though that plays very well into the Aphelios, if you get ahead, you really have to start mind gaming Concordia. But thankfully for them, there's not that much wave clear outside of that Jhin here, as it is going to be Vex, the final 5th pick for University of Concordia, Quebec. So not terrible, pretty neutral mid lane. I feel like it kind of goes against the grain of what Concordia is trying to build up, which has been more of like a 4-1 situation of, all right, we've got Gwen in the side lane hard pushing, and then we're going to try and pick people off as they try and match her with the Jhin and Kayn setup. And then trying to sort of force more of like a, all right, well, you can have Vex kind of neutralize that situation instead. I don't know. I'm liking Amherst a lot more here, Deserix, than Concordia in the overarching scale of things, but the strength of the individual picks and that you got some good comfort picks as well for the carry players of Concordia does sort of play with my emotions here a little bit, saying, all right, well, even though it doesn't feel as great in a full equation, maybe like the individual numbers are just greater than the whole of the whole composition.
For Concordia, I want to see early game presence. I want to see them have a strong early game start because for their composition, when they are looking for fights, a lot of this is diving in to UMass, and UMass have a lot to respond with when it comes to being engaged on. A lot of counter engage to work with. Even the Gragas alone with the explosive cast can really tear this apart and make it hard for Concordia to find a re engage to keep UMass down. Big thing there, I feel, for Concordia is going to be sticking power, and you are going to need that strong lead in order to hold that sticking power.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because like so much of your response, like so much of your lead depends upon those hyperscalers and having them just not just in an economic advantage, but in a pressure advantage and tempo advantage as well. Because if this Gwen is, even though keeping up in farm or maybe 20 30 CS of this Gragas, if she's the one that's getting stuck of like, all right, well, I'm matching a side lane and then I'm sort of bouncing off of the river on the map and then going to clear my back jungle because I don't have the vision control with the rest of my team, or I don't have the confidence to push forward, or maybe I'm just playing greedy and trying to maximize my farm as much as possible. Amherst composition will just completely run over this game because they can just death ball group is 5 and just run it straight down mid like a battering ram and saying, all right, well, face us as a full 5-man squad, or you will pretty much just fall over and die, and give us that lead where you don't have that great privilege to just sort of sit back and relax on Concordia.
It's such a traditional comp too, coming out of Amherst. Uh, um, there's a very ease of execution when pulling this one out, when taking these champions in, because you're not just you do have a lot of reliance on the ultimates to be able to
Mm-hmm.
take some of these team fights, but the tools still work as both disengage, as both slows, as both pick tools. On top of that, just being able to have those layers of CC with the body slam, flag and drag, and stuff like that. So I gotta agree with you. I do like what Amherst have drafted so far. I do like how they're going into this game number one, but I definitely still see some potential in Concordia for the same reasons I had said earlier, which is if they can come alive in the early game to get those resources to be able to apply that side lane control.
You can really argue for both teams here, and it's a great way of saying, well, it's going for simple compositions that we know work well. They've been in the lab multiple times, they've been tested and proven, and that's what University of Massachusetts Amherst is going to be doing. And then Concordia is the other side of saying, well, we're going to do comfort over counter. We're going to pick what we feel is comfortable to us individually. We understand the matchups, and getting to a point where even though it doesn't look that great overall in the greater scale of things, it's down to those minute details of knowing the Kane matchup, knowing the Gwen trades, understanding the Jin and Janna side pressure, and how well they can dominate in a laning phase. Those kind of minute details can really boil down to really taking this game over and maybe just throwing everything at Amherst to just blow Gwen matchup as well on the other side of the map is something you do not scoff at. It is something that can neutralize that top lane very efficiently and can help roam around with yourself on this Jarvan to prioritize those objectives even early on.
And for Concordia, this is a lane that was really targeted. A lot of bans going into that lane over in the bot lane from UMass. Now Concordia looking to try and still work with this, having the Kayn over there. And we're going to be watching the pathings. It will be topside for Ractic, at least in terms of his pathing, so we will see Be Yourself heading down towards that bottom lane. And this is one of the scary things about the J4. You can take these creative ganking paths. You can gank at any time. Even level 2, you have all your resources, and that's what we're seeing. A level 3 gank coming out of Be Yourself as he tries to find the flag and drag with the flash, but is unable to get it. The flash coming out of Great Hazam to keep himself alive.
A little bit of a greedy gank too from Be Yourself, using the flash early and sort of allowing that window for Great Hazam to notice that that gank was coming through. But both summoners being exhausted means, hey, that's overall a win. A flash for 2 summoners and then some bot lane pressure to continue on and get that scuttle in the bottom lane as well. The one lane that we were a little bit worried about to see how well Aractic would be trying to prioritize in building passive buildup. But instead, because of that message being relayed saying, hey, bottom lane is getting pressured, Be Yourself is down here, go ahead and take those wolves for yourself there, Aractic, on this Kayn, and see if you can take some of that economy away from the Amherst jungler.
It has been a while since we've seen too many Kayns on the map. Ooh, getting some damage down onto Grey Hazam. Grey Hazam has to be very careful here because you were talking about it earlier. Summoners are burnt. Heal, exhaust, flash, all down in that bot lane. Hazam taking a lot more poke damage on the back end.
All right, you got to go back now here, Jaina, or else you are going to be having to chug a bunch of potions, and you're already out of those. Absolutely empty on the vials. Did have that extra piece to get just over 100 health. You're playing with fire here. Even though you got Glacial Augment, it's a toughie. And you even have a big wave too. This is where it's like, all right, I'm low. I need to get back. We can go ahead and reset, but instead of shoving out that wave, they're going to try and continue to freeze it here. But both junglers are back onto this bottom side. Both of them did go for the resets. You got the Iron Spike Whip for Ractic and only 2 longswords. So maybe that Wolf Camp coming out as a benefit, especially with the full clear as well, because it's the first time you're getting the clear. Oh, the Q!
You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Hazam should have left a long time ago. He played with fire for far too long. No resources there to protect him, so he falls.
You know, you're constantly telling about it, Desiree, saying you're playing a fire here, you need to hit the reset, and playing greedy for that pressure now gives all of this pressure over to Amherst, who has that early aggression with the Jarvan, can get this dragon for free, there's nowhere to challenge, and this is starting to be a big red flag for me. It's 5 minutes in, Ractic hasn't even ganked a single lane on this Kayn to try and build up on those stacks to get to that transformation, and you've lost first blood, you've lost the first dragon, but the gold, team-wise, is still dead even. You actually have a little bit of a lead because you're 20 CS over in the farming lane in both top and in jungle. So this dive, though spicy, is, I don't know if it's the right option. I don't know if they have enough health, but the fact that he's already down to half health, he doesn't have his ultimate up just yet for East African on this Gragas. He's going to have to get out. He's going to have to use Flashy if he wants to try and survive.
And this was a long setup coming out of Concordia. They showed their hand a little bit early with Oracle cutting the wave there. Ractic was able to get there in time, but he already knew, that being East African, already knowing that the dive was coming up. He had a lot of time to respond to it. He finally picked his move very carefully. He wasn't that pressured in that situation, is able to flash and get out, and Concordia don't really get that much. I mean, they do get the flash, but that was still 3 people committed towards that top side to try and get that dive going.
Only getting 1 summoner out of it, and the teleport as well. So at least that multiple summoners are down for him. Continue to farm the place up, stand by, seeing if you can grab layer, being a little bit greedy to get some damage, but this is a trap! Ractic's on the back.
Ooh, yeah, Ractic coming on the backside right now. Mudkippy trying to get away, has to flash, walks into a trap. Now standby, able to flash over towards the side, getting away from the deadly flourish, but a little bit of health remains on Mudkippy. He walks right into it, falls in the process. There's a tornado, 1 more knockup to guarantee the double kill for Ractic.
And a wonderful setup there for Lair to keep that freeze going just at that elbow of the lane, and then having that setup to continue the pressure with Standby and Mudkip being greedy, knowing that Hazam was missing, though it was all just a ruse. Getting those 2 kills on Seractic's Kane, you got some comfort here now for the jungler of Concordia.
Excited for this one. Raktik has been playing quite aggressively. Every time he sees Be Yourself on another side of the map, he's quick to start stealing away some of those camps. Has slowed down a little bit to be able to get those kills that he got on the bottom side, but that is a big influx of gold, and now he's counter-jungling away. Deep in the jungle of Be Yourself, but this is a tight one right here. He might get collapsed on. There's no one really to back him up if he does get caught. Still a Kane. He still has some escape tools.
He still has the low smite as well. He only has the level 1 smite. It's 450, but we are going to be running into a pause here as we're going to take a quick break and see if it's a couple bit of internet issues or technical. We'll figure out in just a moment. But nonetheless, it's a good start here for the jungler of Concordia University, but they did lose some macro stages already with that jungle and First Blood, or the dragon and the First Blood, going to the side of Amherst.
Yeah, the plays Concordia are doing around the top side of things, definitely not working out the way they want to, but you were having your expectations set towards the bot side anyway, and we're finally seeing that come together. You know, it was that kind of cheeky little play. It didn't really look like a bait, but just something that accidentally went so well. But hey, it doesn't matter at that point. He was able to pick up the double kill off the over-aggression of Amherst. It was Amherst's misstep, and they capitalized it on really well. Now this Kane is getting going.
Yep. Now back into the action here, just a quick break as it is 1,000 gold difference in favor of Concordia University. And there we go, there's that damage of this Gwen. Gragas doesn't have the capability to fight her off just yet. I don't think he ever will because of how greedy he's going here. Ionian Boots of Lucidity and Atira the Goddess. That is a very squishy Gragas. Not even a Dorn Shield, not even a small little bit of Null Magic Mantle.
He doesn't realize he's in lane.
He's playing he's playing jungle mode right now. Like, I understand the Tear of the Goddess. Yes, we have some very powerful tank items within that build path. Like, Fable Winter is nuts, but you're going up against a Gwen that does true damage, and you don't even have any kind of HP to help keep that sustainability alive. You don't, like, sure, the Ionian Boost of the City can help out with, like, constantly throwing out barrels to keep the waves thinned out. But we saw that there was 3 members of Concordia up there prepared for a dive, and now that you don't have that flash anymore, I would be surprised if anything else is coming down, but it's actually action in the bottom lane. Hazam taking some damage.
Forcing out the exhaust as well. Lair burning it there to try and keep Hazam alive. Hazam only falling to half health in the process. Now level 6 going to be popped as the wave gets shoved in. No jungler presence on the bot side. That's all going to be towards the top side of the map and actually towards the mid side as Be Yourself starts to put his presence there. Roam out of Oracle towards the spot side, though, as the wave is getting pushed in, potentially looking for a dive.
Also, we do have this dive coming in. No members here to answer just yet, but here's Be Yourself and Zeus Ninja saying, hey, mid lane's missing. Where is it? Well, they found Oracle in that tribe rush there, so they're going to have to call this one off for now, as Standby had enough wave clear to keep himself in a safe position. He's pretty close to losing his chakrams. He actually uses the last part of the ammunition to go ahead and switch it up, go purple-green this time, as Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. If you die here, that is an objective lost from either party, and Hazam might just fall once again.
Oh, getting caught out. So much damage coming in. The Monsoon gets a lot of healing, and it's taking a while, but Be Yourself is right there. Mudkip is able to finish off the kill. Curtain Call is open. Lair getting poked out in the process, but that is a kill going over to University of Massachusetts Amherst.
And with that, that is that second kill, being able to give some pressure over for this Dragon, but Be Yourself instead saying, let's get this mid lane priority instead. Drop down this Herald to get some additional turret plates for him and Zeus Ninja in that mid lane. We'll be able to crack 3 in total. So that is around 240 gold for each member respectively, but Ragtic and Notorious say, you can have the Dragon, we'll take Gragas.
Yeah, this is what I was hoping for out of Concordia now that you got that lead on to Ractic, because we talked about the build earlier coming out of East Africa, and he has nothing defensive. Bringing a Gwen and a Kane to a tower dive on a Gragas with no defensive items, that is easy money.
Yeah, and at this stage, it's something where you can get very specific of saying, well, you're never going to be able to trade super efficiently into the Gwen. Grasp of the Undying was hopeful to say the least, but Aftershock would have given you, excuse me, a little bit of reprieve with those extra defenses when they would try and dive on top of you. But nonetheless, you know, it's all in the past. He's got Bomby Cinder now, some HP, and the rest of his team is doing all right. They are 2,000 gold down, just under that, and you've gotten 2 dragons. You got the Hextech and the Mountain Soul, and it is an infernal map. So if you're able to back up and get to that soul very quickly for Amherst, you're just looking to survive this laning phase, get straight to a point where you can ball up every single finger into a fist, and then just continue to start sieging Concordia through the mid lane. Make sure that this game does not go out of control in a sense of too long, into challenging objectives. Don't make this a game about vision, make this a game about flanks and pressure if you're looking for Amherst to pick up a victory here.
Some good pressure on the top side from Concordia. Looking at the plates right now, already 4 picked up. A lot from that dive that we saw earlier. Now more attention out of Ractic as he goes right after East African. Actually, going to cut off right there. Happy to just take the Scuttle Crab, but still over the wall. East African not realizing how close the members of Concordia are towards him. Even a roam coming out of Hazam. As he heads over towards the side of the map, it looks like potentially setting up.
And I've been liking Hazam's play out of lane on this Janna. Has been playing very greedy, very forward on this Janna. It's sort of out of tune, I would say, with Lair. It's good that the Janna's forward, yes, but when you're just like taking skill shot after skill shot and just being whittled down, that's where you got to say, all right, get out of this lane, start helping out other laners, and let those 2 ADCs mingle with one another and prioritize those better, stronger carries out of the moment that are succeeding, like Ractic's Kane, like Notorious Molly's Gwen. They're doing just that. Look at this fight.
No. Oh, this is going to be tough to pull off here. Here comes the Cataclysm onto Hazam. Hazam getting caught out, goes golden. Damage is coming in. Here comes the Monsoon, able to push him back, but the tower is there, and over the wall tries to come Oracle, but he gets smashed against the body of East African. A good play coming out of University of Massachusetts that they're able to respond to the dive of Concordia.
And if you don't have the HP to survive, it's all right. Mudkippy's got your back with a full-on shield and wild growth to make sure that you can survive till the next fight. Be able to completely thwart that entire that top dive as Lair and standby. This looks like an interesting dive. He blows him up.
Wow. He was biding his time on that one, picking very carefully when he was going to burn that ult.
Oh yeah, making sure that he had just the right moment to crash down, get maximum burst damage. And I think he also was waiting out the exhaust as well, just making sure that that damage amplification wasn't being negated by a little bit. And overall, great success there in the few moments that Amherst is able to wiggle this game back to pretty much a standstill once more. Sure, 5 kills to 3. The pressure is in their favor. They've gotten those 2 dragons. Turret plating has now fallen, which means that there's really not a lot that Concordia can do to try and grapple their way back into a strong lead outside of making sure that they can have more successful ganks and continue to absolutely outfarm their opponents, because they've been doing a phenomenal job on that. 120 CS almost in this top lane between Notorious and East African. Like that's a 40 CS differential. That's massive. 40 CS differential in the jungle as well. Only ones that are losing out is ADC and mid lane at the moment. And it's mid lane that I'd be a little worried about, because man, Orianna can hit like a truck later on once she gets her mythic. And as I can see, does have that heal cut already. And actually, that's a really great sign too. Already having that heal cut this early on in the game, just making sure that this Gwen and Kane are not going to be the sustained tanks that they would hope to be later down the line.
Yeah, a lot of props to Zeus so far, being the way he's played this game. It's been pretty standard. Nothing too fancy. Hasn't needed to do anything fancy. A lot of that has come from B yourself, who has shown up in this mid lane with the Rift Herald to give some of those plates. But now here comes an attempted play out of Oracle. Shockwave comes out. Zeus unable to land it. That is going to be a resource burn as Dragon is spawning soon. Here comes the Teleport. Cataclysm comes in. It's on to 2, but he's all by his lonesome as 5 members of Concordia are going to show up and dismantle him. Now on retreat is going to be University of Massachusetts. Notorious getting closer. Out comes the curtain call. Able to land on the backside of Zeus, and University of Massachusetts, man, I cast a curse at him right away. Zeus unable to land the shockwave at a critical moment when the dragon is coming up, so this should be forfeit to Concordia.
Yep, that is going to be forfeited over for them, but what can they do to recover this? There's no one topside to try and push for any lane pressure, and as a matter of fact, lanes are pretty much all at a standstill as well, so there's not much that they can really do to try and win back any lead or recover at all, and Concordia pushing us out to the maximum. 2 people bottom lane, 2 people top lane trying to get both neutral objectives. But just one Gragas from East African is able to flex his muscles just a little bit, slap the beer belly, and say, get off that objective. We're going to fight for that coming up here in just a little while as we go ahead and prepare those lanes, get those waves in our favor, see if we can actually get a potential mid lane tier 1 turret here into the belts of Massachusetts, Amherst. It's mythic item check, 3-3 at the moment between these teams.
Clearing out the mid lane. Concordia, so much invested towards this top side now on Untorius and Ractic. And able to get so much, everything but a tower, and that tower not having too much health. That's why so much focus towards this Rift Herald coming out. Ractic looking to grab it. Able to throw Shelly down pretty much anywhere you really want to. Top side would be nice to open up that side lane for Notorious. And you already have so much income onto that Gwen. But Concordia as a team, knowing they already taken the Drake, they're fine just coming together as a unit and taking down Shelly. They are going to leave their bottom lane tower open, though, and that is going to be picked up by Zeus.
And this is a little bit of a weird state of the map for myself, because as much as we were teasing Amherst saying, hey, they're the better 5-on-5 team, they should be the ones grouping up and trying to force objectives and force fights, it's Concordia that are doing it first with the comfort picks that they're able to accrue with the Gwen, the Kayn, and the Jhin, and they're looking to hunt for more. They might be able to get yourself. They do, and that's just unfortunate.
Just used to try and stop them from bleeding anymore. Yourself falling in that last engagement, but that is Concordia. They have been the active team in this one, constantly pushing for play after play. Might not work out all the time, but it's been working out most of the time, and that is what matters. Now looking for another one, looking to find an engage onto Ractic, who gets body slammed, gets caught by the explosive cast, getting lower and lower. Standby over the wall, able to get the shot onto him. A big shutdown there, going over to Standby.
And a great catch from Amherst there with East African, and then Standby being able to secure that kill. Get away with this, able to get some pressure as well. Get this mid-tier turret. Look that up to where they've got 2 for themselves. No turrets taken yet on the side of Concordia either. So even though Concordia, I love that they're grouping up first. I love that they're getting these objectives. They got the Rift Herald to use for a win more situation coming around the next objective. I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to it until the next dragon spawns. So they're going to have to find a place where they can just amplify that pressure, whether it is through top lane, whether it is through mid lane. I'd love to have that actually in that mid lane to say, all right, we're going to drop this down, match you on those turret numbers to where Notorious can take this one on the top side of the map, and then that mid is broken. And it's a little bit better because you're going to be having all that extra space to put vision around when this Baron comes up to spawn in just a couple minutes. And when I'm looking at this team and looking at both of the squads of, all right, how well can they sort of control the Baron pit, control the river around it, I do give Concordia that pressure because of how mobile this Gwen and this Kayn and this Jhin can be.
How low that turret is. Much more pressure to be applied means opening up that lane. You can see the slither of health that remains on the tower.
Yes.
And the slither of health that remains on East African. The pressure is applied from Notorious. I'm waiting for a little bit more to come onto this side. It would be nice to open up this lane before you get your reset, so you can get that minion wave shoving in and have that extra pressure from the top lane while they go for the Rift Herald. Not the Rift Herald, excuse me, the Dragon. Dropping the Rift Herald in the mid lane, though.
It's not going to get the turret, I don't think. Nope. That's a little bit unfortunate. And TP as well from East African to make sure that this turret doesn't fall either. This is a great play from Massachusetts Amherst, trying to make sure they can deny as many turrets as possible. Notorious said, oh, I see this turret. I can go ahead and take this. Let me see if I can take you too.
Oh, and there's a good chance he can. The ultimate comes out. It's going to be Flash being burnt from East African. He gets autoed away on.
Oh, dear.
Not enough defenses, not enough income, not enough to deal with Notorious as Ractic walking into his own jungle. Didn't realize University of Massachusetts were right there. With the jungler taken down, 30 seconds until the dragon spawns. Rough position for UMass, not UMass, excuse me, Concordia to be. The dragon soon to hit the map in 23 seconds.
Yeah, and well, Concordia just went on a roller coaster of emotions there, saying, all right, Gwen's doing great on the side lane. Notorious is able to get a solo kill and a turret absolutely free. But now we have Rectic down for the count in gray screen mode. Can't pressure this dragon. Don't try and fight into this. They have all the vision that they want here for the side of University of Massachusetts Amherst. Playing into this is going to be very, very deadly. You're also down ultimates, but they're looking for a fight anyways. They might have found
going on to layer is going to be yourself, but Notorious is coming big. He's able to find the pick he needs, and that is Zeus going down. That is the Orianna. No shockwave for University of Massachusetts. No members left on the map for University of Massachusetts as their bot lane is going to look to go for a full retreat. Oracle jumping in, trying to get the fear. Here comes the explosive cap looking to protect the ADC. The autos rig true, but do they rig true enough to take down Notorious Maul? He will finally fall, but Lair is chasing down. Stand by, and we'll find another shot. Waiting for that fourth one to follow. The shutdown comes through. That's going to be the ace for Concordia University.
And it was a great catch to start it all off from Notorious and Oracle, being able to get to Zeus Ninja on that Orianna in the backline and blow him up before he was able to get that shockwave out. It also divided the members of UMA into this very chaotic position where they couldn't use the maximum team fight composition that they wanted to its full potential. And with that, the more skirmishy, more mobile composition that Concordia had and the comfort that they knew around their champions gives them the win here, picking it up 11 kills to 8 and jumping to a 2,000 gold lead. You're going to be able to see if they can grab any more, but that turret still stands in the mid lane, and UMA is back to try and recover this game from the depths.
Well, how many caster curses are we going to do for this game? Because usually it's just like a slight meme. You say one thing, you compliment them, team falls. Yeah, I've done it twice so far this game. You just said don't engage to them into them as Concordia, and then they take the team fight win. Yeah.
Yep.
This game is completely backward.
NACE Starleague is very much like Phasmophobia to me, where it's like, I think I know the ghost I'm dealing with. I feel like, all right, the bone's there. I got the temperature checks. I've got the whole kit and caboodle ready to go, and then it's like, nah, never mind, it's just a phantom. It's like, all right, bro, well, okay. I understand that these teams know exactly what they're trying to run with, and I'm trying to play a little bit of a guessing game, seeing how confident they are on picks that they love running with. And as much as like I'm going to be a little bit of a negative Nancy and say, you know what, I don't like the Red Cane. I think that was a very awkward choice here because there was already heal cut and you're not as mobile with the composition for your team for Concordia that you need to be a little bit extra mobile and dish out that extra damage, and going sort of sustain tank instead. That doesn't matter. He's 2-2 and he's out farming Be Yourself like an absolute beast, and he's getting side lane pressure. And speaking of side lane pressure, Zeus Ninja, bye-bye.
Speaking of side lane pressure, speaking of beasts, Notorious Molly has been ripping apart this game. A 4-1-6 so far. He now has control of the bot lane, uncontested, to apply pressure for Concordia to work their magic around this Baron area, around this mid lane.
See, still standby, able to clear out fast enough with the blue gun, making sure that there's not a lot of wiggle room for Concordia to try and pierce their way into the jungle of Amherst, but it's the lanes that you need to worry about. And UMA is just playing into the game of CU at the moment. Just team fight, just group up with each other. That is where you're strongest, and the fact that you're playing this 1-3-1 game with Concordia is giving the massive benefit, and there's Oracle again.
Yeah, and with that pressure applied, that is what Concordia were looking for, to engage at a disadvantage for University of Massachusetts Amherst. Now that they're down mid, now that they're down in ADC, the pressure is going to be hard to deal with because Concordia, they're setting their sights towards Baron while having Notorious Molly hold agency in this mid lane.
Yep. We'll see if Be Yourself is going to be any confident, but confidence sometimes kills.
Ooh, attempting the flash, failing that in the process. That is a brutal situation to be in. Concordia in the driver's seat here as they're going to be able to grab this Baron pretty much uncontested.
Yep, and UMA is going to run away with their tails between their legs on this one, saying, all right, we've lost too many lives to try and challenge this, and that's going to be a Baron power play here coming in for the side of Concordia University of Quebec. And I'm just going to remind us here that I said this game is all about pressure and flanks. It's Concordia that wants to be the ones that has the side lane pressure and the access to flanking that mid lane and looking to get those pinches. We saw it just a minute ago. Oracle flying in on this Vex, getting the lockdown onto standby, and Mudkip to where people were falling down, and then also the pressure on the side lanes to where you have Notorious Molly just absolutely obliterate someone in a 1v1 matchup where Gwen loves to be. On the other side, University of Amherst needs to do the exact opposite. They need to have great pressure mid lane and denying flanks. And this is just somewhere where they're in a chaotic set. They don't know where they need to be. Either a loss of communication of saying, all right, we don't have this game plan in our heads, and it's now just sort of running around with a hot potato trying to figure out where they can get kills, where they can look to try and recover. In East African, you can see it right there. It's like, you need to leave right now. Be yourself, just save you from dying there. Leave, reset, recover, lick your wounds before more come to try and take you down.
Just please stop trying to play into the side lane. You can't challenge Notorious Molly this far away from your tower, even under your tower in a lot of these cases. It plays towards what Concordia want. So now they are going towards the spot lane. Top tower going down. It looks like they're trying to find a flank play onto Notorious Molly, but you're not going to take him down in that situation. Nope. It has to be a pretty ill-advised tower dive for Molly to go down. Now another turret falling. This is going to be an inhibitor tower. UMass, it looks like they just don't know how to respond. It doesn't look like they know how to play into Concordia.
And at this point, there's 1 minute left on the Baron. Dragon is available. It's going to be the third Infernal Dragon for Concordia. Going to be massive damage boost. But here you go. 4 members here, seeing if they can find a pick. They're looking greedy. They're hunting for it. I respect that. That's what they need to do. But don't use too many ultimates because you need to get the maximum effect. Get these players under control. But guess who's on the flank there? Oracle hanging out on the bottom lane, seeing if he can try and find some wiggle room here to start a fight. But the rest of the team is recalling, saying, nope, we are losing the Baron power play here in just a couple seconds. Let's go ahead, reset, get those items on our carries, continue on our way. As it is with that reset, I believe you're going to be cashing in for a little bit more. Might be going for potential Medjais. I'd be down for a Medjais. You get 10 stacks on that Dark Seal. Why not?
Why not?
As it's Fimbulwinter on Raktik. Okay, I haven't seen that on Kane yet, but also I don't see red Canes often, usually because I think it's the inferior color. But, you know, if it's working for it, mad respect. You're pulling it off.
I get it. We're both LA based.
Yep.
All our sports teams are blue. We got to follow through with it.
Except the Rams. The Rams aren't blue, are they? They're green.
No, they're blue and
they're blue.
Blue
Oh, it's blue. That's right. You know, I'm not a football fan. All I just know is sports and fireworks. Yes.
Lots of sports and fireworks. Lots of fireworks on the Rift right now coming out of Concordia, as they have made every single tower into smithereens, one by one after the other. 28 minutes into this game, about 8K separating both of these teams. Dragon Soul Point going over to Concordia. Got 3 minutes 30 seconds before they're able to grab that final Infernal Soul, but I'm not even sure if they need it at this point. It's been such a dominating lead. It's been UMass kind of floundering to find a response to Concordia.
And that answer for a little while was just to grip the chair and make sure that you can sort of withstand the onslaught and the pain that Concordia would be dishing out. But it doesn't matter at this point. At this stage, you need to hard push one side wave and then group up. I want East African out of this lane. I don't care about this inhibitor. Lose this inhibitor to win a team fight. Those are the sacrifices you need to make. Those are the pains that you need to endure to try and get back into this game instead of just playing passively, falling over. But this is something I like here. 3 to try and shut down this Gwen.
They're on a timer though, and Molly's getting the better of that timer as he takes down Be Yourself, gets pushed towards the party. Raktik is going to show up, and it's going to be a shutdown coming out from Standby.
No,
Still trying to lock that backline. Standby is getting the autos in. He finds a double kill. He's looking for Oracle, but Oracle will be able to walk out as he's African. There is the movement speed boost that comes out of that Lulu. It's going to result in Oracle getting caught out, but Oracle returns fire. Standby is going to be there to avenge his support, but University of Massachusetts Amherst, they finally find a response, Cole.
And there it was with Standby on this Aphelios, getting to a place where Notorious had lost all of the available tools to stay away from the damage that Aphelios could dish out, and it was the red-white combination as well on the guns to absolutely obliterate and shred apart the front line of Concordia University. With that, he's going to cash in on some good gold there. Got the Infinity Edge, has the Lord Dominic's Regard as well, and is looking to build for that Bloodthirster as well. Look across the board. The only heal cut there on the side of Great Hazam, or for the side of Concordia, is on Great Hazam, as a matter of fact. So make sure that he can get the capability to deny that pop-off potential that had just happened moments ago on the Aphelios.
Standby was looking disgusting in those last couple of moments. Gale Force, Infinity Age, Lord Dominic's working towards his 4th item now. Getting a good influx of gold on top of that, 6, 3, and 4 so far. With a strong CS lead, 50 CS ahead of Layer. 30 minutes into this game, that's what you're looking for on your Aphelios. You're looking for him to be that late game carry, and Standby is starting to get into that position.
And making sure he's holding on to those white guns as well. Notorious Molly saying, hello, I'm coming back for the inhibitor, taking it with ease. That's fine. Because you need to be looking elsewhere. You need to be looking at this dragon in 40 seconds and this Baron that's available as well. And this is all Concordia's game to play because they can stretch us out. They can put as many objectives up as possible to spread UMA thin. And that is exactly what is happening. 2 members down here on bot, seeing if they can take you down Notorious, but there's no way.
That is very ill-advised. Molly, what can you say about him? He's so far ahead. You're bringing an Orianna to this one. This is not going to bring that damage. Something as high mobility as a Gwen can get out of a lot of that. Now, this is what UMass are looking to try and get out of that situation that happened in the bot lane as they try and find an engage. Standby is able to get one. Oracle on the wings, looking for Standby. Mudkippy getting low. Zeus is teleporting in, but Molly is here, and he's set straight towards Standby. Hops over the wall towards Mudkippy. Now Standby is left in an alright situation. Oracle over the wall tries to find them, unable to get it. Concordia, they do get control of the Baron pit. It looked like it was going to be much worse for the University of Massachusetts. You saw Molly was walking straight for Standby. Standby is still going to be alive, but this is going to be the response out of Massachusetts. They're going for the dragon. They want to deny soul.
Yeah, that's the Hail Mary play that they're looking for here, saying, all right, deny the soul here for just a while Baron power play is available. It is going to be Concordia sprinting down to this dragon. They might be able to get some members out of the retreat, but nope. Once that objective bounty has been claimed, the reset buttons come in for Concordia. They're going to go back, get those cash-ins, check in on this mid and top side of the map because, well, they don't need to be bot lane at the moment. Super minions are flooding into the base of UMass down there, so you can play a little bit more of a 4-1 split. Make sure you can cover those flanks. And you only need to prioritize one quadrant of the jungle this time too for vision control. Make sure you have those pinches in your back pocket. But Notorious Molly saying, I'm going to go down bot. It's an open place. It's somewhere where I can get in and pinch them within their base themselves. That might just be a better option here with how those fights have been looking, with how much time Notorious Molly wastes.
The amount of gold that Standby has gotten in the last, I want to say 10 minutes of play, has been pretty astronomical. Was finishing that Bloodthirster after the last objective bounty that was picked up by University of Massachusetts Amherst. Still needs to work towards that final item, but he is at that late game stage for the Aphelios, and it is a hard stage for him to be at given the game state, given the pressure that's going on the map right now. Concordia are going to keep playing for the split push. You're going to keep playing for Molly to be in this bot lane, to try and open up pressure somewhere on the map for either Molly to apply a downed inhibitor in the bot lane, get a downed inhibitor in the mid lane. University of Massachusetts Amherst, they're having a hard time getting reaction here. They need Standby to stay alive. They need him to stay safe. They need him to stay unchecked. They will have a lot diving into him. Minion waves are now starting to hit the Nexus towers as Molly slides away, taking down inhibitor number 2.
Yeah, but what are the next gun combinations? I see the red gun up. Blue gun is being whittled down. Got a couple shots left. It's going to be red purple. Not the best combination, but it might be something that could buy you enough time later on. But he knows he needs that red-white for this next fight here. He needs to make sure he has the most optimal gun pathing. Because if this fight, this could be the last one, and it could end or allow some time for Concordia to spend closing this game out, or for UMass to try and wiggle their way into a potential sweep or return victory. Some vengeance here on his mind to stand by. There we go. Red, white's available. Concordia, seeing those guns are online. They have Baron for 10 more seconds. It will be gone after a moment, so they want this turret, they want this inhib, and they're pushing for it.
Yourself needed to heal. You needed to run back to the respawn to get his health up from the chip damage that he ate earlier. No engage coming out of UMass so far. The guns are prepared, the guns are available, but no engage from Be Yourself, and that is triple inhibitor. Double super minions now coming into every single lane.
Oh, standby!
You are going to find a knock-up coming out from Hazam. Will it take down Standby, though? Answer's going to be no. He's able to stay on that back line, get the damage in. The autos find their mark.
Oh,
diving deep is going to be Oracle. He will fall victim to Standby. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, a tight one there. Concordia, 2 people with low health bars, could have been much more disastrous, but they got what they came for. Inhibitors down. University of Massachusetts, they're on the back foot here as they try to clear out the minions from their base.
And super minions are going to be flooding in double time for the next few minutes until that bottom inhib respawns, and it had just done so. So only 2 waves of double supers. Not bad. That's a lot of gold that you can pick up here. And looking at Standby's cash as well and his items, that GA is very close to being grabbed, being done, and being a full item of Felios, being capable of tearing apart the front line of Concordia University. You saw it moments ago. It was just seconds that Notorious or Ractic could survive and sustain themselves against this Aphelios pick for UMass. And with this dragon going to be spawning in 50 seconds, next thing I'll be looking at is how quickly UMass can sort of recover those wave states, be able to address this dragon. That will be soul point for either team. And at this stage, you gotta win some vision back as well, because so far, Hazam, he can just throw tornadoes out wherever he likes. He is covered up, he is lit up like a Christmas tree here for the side of Concordia, and that gives that capability for those flanks to be found by Oracle, by Ractic, and for Notorious Molly to just dive in onto that back line and see if he can take out Standby. But Standby has GA this time. This is a full item of Aphelios for this fight.
And Concordia don't really need to fight. They can just stall this out for as long as possible to get the super minion waves into the base of University of Massachusetts Amherst.
Yep.
You have
TPs
wards in there, so teleports, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Teleports available. Here comes the curtain call, though, looking for the engage. Not going to find it. Standby is in the river by himself. He's being the front of this fight. They're going to start engaging here.
They're shredding it down pretty quickly.
They're going for the dragon over the wall. Who's going to be able to grab it? The answer is going to be Concordia. They're going to be the first ones to get it. Standby so far unchecked as Be Yourself dives in, puts down the Cataclysm, trying to put some room for Standby. But Ractic is able to get on Standby. He's all by himself, though. And with so many members there, so many members falling, there's no bodyguards left for Standby. He still gets the autos, but there's no defense. There's no base for University of Massachusetts. Concordia take game number 1.
And what a tense team fight at that dragon to finish this game off. The best of 3 series. Concordia being able to squeak out with much better laning phase and a very strong performance coming out of Ractic in that jungle, being able to outfarm and being able to catch a lot of good picks, getting that double kill in the bottom, specifically accelerating his team. But at the end of the day, even though Standby did such a phenomenal job, League of Legends is a team game, and as much as you want to try and solo carry in games like this, it's very difficult to do so. When Notorious Molly did such a phenomenal job on those side lanes, making sure that Oracle had always options to find those flanks, have that side lane pressure, and flanks and pressure was able to get them the victory for this first game of tonight.
It was great play coming out of Concordia. They were very proactive. They kept putting on the tempo. They kept putting on the momentum. And UMass, it was a struggle for them. They were able to get Standby online. They were able to get him towards that late game stage, but it was too far too late. Everyone on Concordia was fed. Everyone was a threat. Hats off to Concordia for game number 1, but this is a best of 3. Got another game coming up, so be sure to stay tuned. We're going to throw it a short break. When we return, we'll get into that game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague and the exciting game number one that we had with University of Massachusetts Amherst and Concordia University, Quebec. Before we get too much into that, though, we do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, and that is going to be Gunner. Gunner Optics is a pioneer in blue light gaming glasses and number one in gaming. They've been helping gamers perform better and protecting their eyes for over 15 years. I mean, I remember them back over in the start of League of Legends, back in the early days of the LCS, seeing the Gunners all the time. I personally have a pair of my own Gunners right here. Kind of the same one Dyrus had, actually. It's the reason I got him. I was a little bit of a fanboy, but they offer gaming glasses that provide protection and improved performance for all eyes, whether it be adult gaming, computer gaming, or of course their youth line of gaming glasses for teens and kids ages 8 to 12 and 4 to 8. The Gunner difference is in addition to blocking blue light, Gunner's unique patented lens technology also combats symptoms of digital eye strain, which helps improve your visual performance. And most competitors, they just block the blue light. That's personal why I'm a fan of Gunners. I usually use a lot whenever I'm writing up essays or exams or whatnot. It helped me with my strength. You got to take care of your health in that case.
True. Very true. Well, something else we need to be taking care of is some of the vision control that actually was very much overwhelming with Concordia University against UMass Amherst. Amherst was not able to get a lot of that control after the mid-game had broken through. And speaking of mid-game, it was notorious Molly who was the one that said, you know what, I'm taking this game and breaking it absolutely wide open. And even though there were picks here and there from Amherst that were able to sort of get them control early on, get them dragons, get them turrets, it came down to those cohesions of that flank and pressure once again. Yes, you have the better team fight composition. You have a team that can challenge these objectives with ease and can win some control around those waves around the objectives a little bit easier. But when you don't use those tools, when you are not trying to play towards your win conditions, you're playing an uphill battle. And Concordia University were the ones that were playing to their strengths, playing to their knowledge of those matchups, and using those to the maximum and leaving Amherst in the dust. And Massachusetts is now going to be coming into the second game thinking, all right, what can we do to change up this second game to take this to a third game in this best of three so we can try and fight our way back into the series? And my first piece of advice would be, well, stop the casters from cursing you, and maybe look for a potential play towards your win condition kind of team comp.
Yeah, because as you were saying during the cast itself, it felt like they were trying to match what we were seeing out of Concordia, and that's what we don't. That's what we definitely don't want to see that coming out of the composition that was drafted at University of Massachusetts Amherst. It was a strange one to see, but it puts me in an optimistic light for University of Massachusetts Amherst because they were able to stall out this game. They were able to have a longer performance. I can only imagine if they were able to get a better draft that we would see something in a much more competitive light.
Yeah, sure. And it's a composition that I feel like you'd see very much average day in any professional play because it's such a strong composition, even with the Gragas struggling in that top side for a lot of the laning phase. We saw how dominant Standby was on that Aphelios. And seeing that strength and seeing him bring back some of those team fights and giving him that time is something that you need to believe in, have some faith in, as we are going to be heading into the second champion select pick and ban for Game 2. Concordia still on the red side, Amherst still on blue, so no changes up there. So maybe Amherst has something up their sleeve, as it is still the same two bans at the beginning, Thresh and Zeri taken off the board.
And the last time with the draft out of Concordia, the topic was comfort. We really jumped on that a lot, but you got to look at both the draft and the bans. They banned out a lot of comfort for UMass in the Jinx, the Urgot, the Aurelia, the Seraphine, the most played champions that UMass like to bring to the Rift.
True.
With UMass, we saw a little bit more focus towards the meta, like the Thresh ban you saw right there. It's not that heavily played on the support of Concordia. We do need to see a little bit of a change towards at least the homework of what Concordia are running with these picks that are running so well, like the Kayn.
The Seraphine ban, it might just be the same three bans both sides for this first phase. It might just be Zilean, Jinx, and then that Caitlyn being the final one there on the side of Concordia. And if that's the case, I'd still be fine with Amherst saying, you know what, let's just take the Aphelios blue one again. Why not? It felt great. Standby is comfortable on it, and you can argue that now Standby is warmed up on it, he can provide a bit better pressure in laning phase. and can also play around those team fights a little better now that those gears are a little bit more warmed up and ready to go. Though Concordia has to make that choice of saying, all right, do we allow that through? Do we allow the same picks and bans to be given out? And what is our game plan? Because sure, we may not get that Aphelios, but our Jin and Jano were pretty great. We can rinse and repeat that. Kane is still available. This could just be a salty run back here, Deserix, for the second game.
Good to see you right now. If that first pick is Aphelios, then you are absolutely right. As you said, I wouldn't shame UMass for going for the Aphelios once again. It worked so well. 9-3-4. Was almost 100 CS up on his lane opponent. That being said, when you're shoved in with double supers coming in, you are going to have a CS lead.
Well, he was
but
like
he just had a
super
great
close to that
performance all
anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the run back.
All right, salty run back. I'm down for this. Aphelios Lulu, sure, run it again. Aphelios Leona, Aphelios not. Like it all works the same. Like the only change up here is I would want to see a blue cane instead of a red cane for the side of Concordia for Rectic. Like it's just an overall better choice if you are going the same comp, by the way. Which you already got that Jin there. You can grab the Janna on R3 if you'd like, and if you are Concordia here and you're saying, all right, Coco, what are you picking here? What would you want to change at all if we don't want to see that run back happen? I'd say change that mid lane. Vex was great once the side lanes got under control by Molly on the Gwen, but without Molly's Gwen, if that falls down, Vex just falls flat and isn't able to wiggle into the backline. But salty run back is already gone. Urgot was banned out last time, but it is Urgot Hecarim in this 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so no longer heavily focused onto the bot lane exclusively in the first phase of the draft, as we saw in game number 1. The second phase draft, Concordia were able to take away that Urgot. Now UMass will grab it in phase number 1 before that ban can come through. So comfort is getting applied onto UMass. I'm curious about how the Hecarim's going to play. We did need to see UMass make more plays on the map, and Hecarim is a champion that kind of screams that.
Oh, definitely. And there's so many things that you can pick up here as well. Like Enchanter supports are still going to be great pairing with it. Has good top lane pressure. Still has some great gank pressure early on. In every avenue here, I would be very happy to see how quickly Amherst can sort of get this pony going. Because at the early stages too, like Be Yourself was a better ganker in those early points of just like, oh hey, like I'm going to be jumping on bottom lane because I knew bot lane was the risky lane early on in that game 1. So seeing that again on the Hecarim, seeing what they're going to be pairing with this Aphelios 2 is going to be pretty interesting because now Concordia has to start banning out mid lane and those supports. And though it can be a little bit of a mix-up, I'd say ban Enchanter here. Silas, sure, take that out of the equation, but get that Lulu out of there. Get that Karma away. Get something, or get that Nautilus away that provides some lockdown and gives some space over to this Aphelios. There's so many choices that Concordia could go with, and it will be that Lulu banned out, even though it dips into red there. So not getting that same bot lane. Curious what Amherst is going to have to go, because they might just have to blind their mid lane here in this final part of the draft.
So I'm just taking a look at the champions that are played by the mid laner Vampire, Zeus, Ninja. And Zeri has been banned away each and every game so far. It's pretty much going to be commonplace for a lot of these games in NACE Starleague. But I do see the Syndra, some offshoots with the Samira, Ari. There are a few champions in this pool. It is kind of a jack of all trades, but mostly focused into the mid lane.
True.
Oh, wait. Lulu picked?
Oh. I have to check with production on that one to see what that's really about, because I believe it was a Lulu ban if I was not mistaken. But if that's the case, it was actually Yumi. Okay. So it was a flicker of light, as it I don't know what it's like for you out here in LA right now, but it is stormy. There's some thunder flashing, so maybe the flash of light blinded me for a quick second. But the Yumi ban instead. So Jin Lulu takes that away, but Aphelios Leona, man, you can get onto this backline real quick. This is a kill bottom lane for sure for the side of University of Massachusetts. And I'm going to be curious on what they're going to pick with this mid. They're going to take the Syndra. something that's great blind, has great kill potential, and with how squishy Concordia is at the moment, sure, you got a Lulu to sort of give someone an extra 400 health or so, but if you're a fed Syndra with the assistance of a Hecarim early on, that extra 400 is just overkill that you're going to be able to cover up on.
That pick potential is scary. You get a Leona in the wrong bush, you get a Syndra in the wrong bush, it can come out of nowhere, get stunned up, locked down for quite some time. So UMass having some excellent tools, excellent gauge tools, excellent pick tools, and the final pick coming out of Concordia, I haven't seen the burb in some time, Cole. Anivia getting locked in for Concordia.
Yeah, Anivia, when you sort of look on paper of the composition that University of Massachusetts has, it's like, all right, short range with Ophelia, short range with Urgot, Leona and Hecarim are going to be wanting to dive into a center point and neutralize sort of like a very small kill zone. And Anivia is able to cover those bases of being like, all right, they're engaging on us, we wall up the rest of that engagement, so they're either forced to use summoners to get through that wall, or I can block people off from their escape. I've got that great wave control as well, something that Concordia kind of struggled with later on, but it didn't much matter because they had such an OP Gwen pick. So at this stage, it doesn't sound terrible against Amherst's composition. When you try and sync it up with Concordia once again, it's sort of the same kind of explanation and reasoning of that we had in game one of, well, sure, it doesn't seem like it works well with the Jhin, with the Aatrox, or with the Kayn in their own ways. Sure, there's like some gank setup with Kayn early on with the Q, but there's no obvious wombo combo synergy that like Amherst does, where it's like the Leona into the Hecarim and Urgot kill pressure and so on. So that's where we're back into that same light of, all right, comfort over counter, understanding those matchups a little bit better. And, sometimes Agnivia can really throw those turret dives for a while, for a good while, if you're able to plan it out at a good moment.
Yeah, one of the things I did want to talk about was just the tower dive potential that you have from UMass, and I feel like Agnivia is one way to respond to that. Just being stuck underneath the tower. I do wonder what Anivia's build. I have to look it up again if they still are like on the tankier side of things. I remember the last time I saw Anivia, it was like Rod of Ages was still an item.
Oh my goodness. To catch you up with a little bit more the Mythic cash-ins, usually it is the Leandri's it is Leandri's Anguish that you would be looking to prioritize with, just for that natural burn. But Everfrost is also a great item, and I would now with the fact that a Crown of the Shattered Queen is in here, I'd say Crown is probably a pretty good option as well. Because it's like, if you're getting Dovon and if they're going to look to try and burst you out with a Syndra there, it's like, all right, well, Crown of the Shattered Queen denies the burst capability that a Syndra would be looking for. And because everything is so close range and like dot focused, it's like, all right, cool. That is fine for me. So I feel like that's definitely going to be the path that you're going to be going here for Concordia on that Anivia. It's just like, all right, don't die on this bird, let them play into us, and then we don't need to engage because they have all the engagement in their composition. So it's much more of a backward stepping, looking to counterattack and riposte, rather it is than trying to fight over anything in particular. And once you get a good lead, then that composition that Concordia has is going to be able to build up some great defenses. You've got the Jhin traps, you've got the Anivia zoning and the wave clear that she can provide. So at the end of the day, if you get a good lead, you can keep it a lot easier than their last composition did. And with the performance that they were able to provide from game one, I'm rather convinced. So overall, two good compositions from both Concordia and University of Massachusetts, respectively, going into the second game.
Yeah, I'm much more excited for this one, especially with the way game number one went. Just giving a quick reflect on that, it was a competitive game. It was stalled out for quite some time. UMass trying to hold the driver's seat for the early stages of that, but Concordia taking over. I like what UMass have as a response this time because it is much more pulling the trigger, is much more being on the offensive, being the first one to try and make the play. I get that Concordia have to play into that, but it is very tricky when UMass have so many points of attack. I feel like when you do have this Hecarim. Because it's not just the top lane you can go for an attack on. You still have the mid lane if you want to risk the Agnivia and try and have a collapse in there. And then, of course, the bottom lane trying to take down both the Jhin and the Lulu. It's a tough one for me to call on this, Cole.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure. It's a little bit closer than that of game one for sure. And I'll be very excited to see who's able to win this early game going off into the second match, because I like it's the Aphelios, so the Aphelios Kane matchup, in a sense of like, all right, they're both warmed up on this pick, so this is where we're going to see if their skill level starts to really start to accelerate or elevate in its own way, and understanding those situations. But it's like, then you've got the same compositions, and that adds the whole sense of like, all right, well, does UMass actually have this capability of saying, all right, these are our win cons. We just have a giant big red button that we need to push every time we have a team fight and just hit go? Or is it going to be the same thing of what we had just seen with Concordia? Like, all right, we just win side lanes, we get side lane pressure, and then boom, Anivia is going to try and shut everyone off, force a flank with Aatrox, and Aatrox is going to come swinging in and just wreaking absolute havoc while Jhin is in the back line picking off the stragglers. So I'm going to be eager to see how well they're going to be able to play around it, because at this point, even though Concordia still wants those flanks, still wants those side pressures, does UMass have the knowledge now in the backs of their minds after that game one to say, all right, ignore those side lanes, let's pressure for that mid, let's team fight, and let's like knock some heads out.
I'm just waiting for some of those nightmare scenarios with these engagements.
Yeah.
Because whenever I see Anivia, it does happen from time to time where if you are able to get the perfect wall, I do remember some Anivias would max wall like second just to get that big space in order to enable a lot of neutral objectives or deny routes in towards those neutral objectives.
Yeah.
There is some disasters that can happen if you use the Onslaught of Shadows at the wrong time and the entire team is cut off from you. I'm curious to see how well this Anivia really works in the hands of Concordia's mid lane.
Yeah, we'll be very excited to see and eager to see how all of that pushes out. And just as a reminder, this is the first series of the night. It is Northeastern Conference, and we'll be seeing Eastern Conference later on once this series concludes. And overall, sort of going into zooming in on these teams as well, I would have to say that Notorious Molly and Standby are the two players we're going to be looking out for here, because you had the hyper carry Gwen for Molly, does really great on the side lanes. Aatrox not as notorious as well, no pun intended, with being a side lane dominant champion, so being a little bit more team fight focused. Now I'm curious to see how well you'll be able to adapt into that new light of saying, all right, I can win this top lane a little bit easier, or hey, maybe it's a little bit more of a struggle now that it's an Urgot Aatrox matchup and this Hecarim is coming in and sort of persuading a lot of these fights a little bit more in Urgot's favor. Will you see a little bit of a power trough there, or maybe it's going to be something where Standby, even though Aatrox gets off the ground, Standby has this more congested team that complements that crowd control AoE effect to where he can go absolutely wild on the Aphelios and have those red-white fights that we saw in game one, to where he can sort of keep that time ticking in favor of UMass.
You talked about Molly, you talked about Standby. I also want to talk about Oracle, because he was very key in that last game that we saw when he was on the Vex, ending with a record of 7-3-8. Constantly threatening the backline, trying to constantly threaten Standby from being able to make those big plays. Now on the... Not on an assassin, not going to be on an aggressive role with this Anivia. It's more about trying to hold the lane control, trying to hold the map control, trying to hold the zone control, right?
Yeah, true. As level 1 cheese might be in the books here for UMass. So they're sort of poking and prodding, seeing what Concordia's looking for. They found the flank, force a flash. That's a good way to start off this second game for Amherst, being able to force a summoner, but will they be able to actually punish and reciprocate any of that additional pressure later down the line?
Yeah, it is an early flash, so there is a good amount of time for Hazum to wait that cooldown back up. It would have to be a very early game coming out of Be Yourself, but Hecarim doesn't mind those. He can get in quite early. Cloppity, run on in, get that movement speed boost.
Some pings as well from Amherst saying, well, we know that they might have dropped some vision here in the top side of the map, so be aware. But because of that, look at where these two junglers are starting. Bottom side there for the side of Concordia, but oh no, not again.
So not again.
No,
every bush has a member of UMass in it, Cole.
Every single time.
First blood, pretty much shades of game number 1. He has great out of lane play, but in lane, there's definitely something to be desired here.
Sneaky in lane and Nazam in lane are very much like one and the same here, it looks like. It's just unfortunate circumstances and just not respecting the kind of cheese strats that Amherst is pushing out here. But at that moment, that's 2 summoners down. That's a first blood in favor of Standby once again. And man, is it feeling good here for Massachusetts already 2 minutes into the game? Curious to see with this padding as well, with Be Yourself starting on that top side. He's skipping his wolves, going straight to that red buff. So another 3-camp start for the jungler of Massachusetts. There's no way you can really gank this bottom lane now because of how successful that cheese was. But hey, maybe you could potentially wiggle something in this mid lane or get some additional pressure at bottom lane just to make sure that your Standby and Mudkippy can be so forward in this bottom part of the rift.
I'm just so in shock. He lost his flash with the last bit and then tries it again. Oh, that is a rough start, but Standby is personally loving it, that's for sure. Still, Be Yourself is going to head down towards this area. Can't imagine he's going to find too much in terms of a gank. Mudkippy can find some good lockdown. Hazam doesn't have a flash, so still going to go for it. Actually, yeah, here we go. There's the Shield of Daybreak, finding the lockdown. Hazam's going the wrong way, and that is Be Yourself, grabbing kill number 2 for University of Massachusetts Amherst.
And like that, this game is going to be blowing wide open here fairly shortly because of how much pressure UMass is able to acquire on this bottom side of the map. And will Raktik be able to reciprocate his same performance on this jungle? No, you're not going to, because of how quickly this Hecarim can get around the map. He's already down next back to his wolves, not going to be able to steal that camp away. And because of how mirrored this game has been to its former match of game 1, you're learning your lessons very quickly for Amherst. It's like, all right, cool, we got 2 kills bot. We know where this Kane's going to be. Started bottom side, so we can check that these camps here. We got to sprint over to them to make sure he doesn't get out of control. And just like that, the farming pressure that was won over by the side of Concordia due to the lack of attention, I guess, Assam is paying to his counterparts is not there anymore. And you are playing an uphill battle, closing in on a 1,000 gold lead already for Amherst. Raktik now, sure that that vision is back in favor of Blair and Tassam. Hecarim back at it again for a 3rd time.
Ooh, Raktik will be in the right position to try and find a response, but so is Be Yourself, who's going to join the fight. Standby starting to get low here. Grey Hazam getting the better of that one. A couple more autos will take him down. There is the Glitter Lance. It will find a kill. 2 going down on the side of UMass. Concordia, they were able to get the counter gank and take down the bot lane of UMass.
It's almost the same game, Desiree. It's just straight back again. A little bit of an over-prediction as well, and Amherst having that 2-kill lead gets thrown right back with Hassam and Raktik picking up their own kills. But the difference this time is they didn't get Dragon off of it, Amherst that is, as Concordia was able to get in and reply a little bit quicker this time around. Might be able to get the Dragon for themselves, but with the resets from Layer and Hassam coming in, you don't have that bottom lane pressure for Raktik to have the confidence to take that neutral objective. He'll just scurry back to his own jungle, take those camps, farm up, and see if you can find some extra pressure elsewhere. Be Yourself doing some counter jumping.
Farm some away while the recall comes out of Oracle. Still has his tier. Really stocking up on those mana items. Typical thing you want to see from the Nivea. You just want that lane control, so you got to keep that Glacial Storm up as long as possible. As Be Yourself continues farming away. Getting a look at the state of the game 5 minutes into this. 2-2 each. Again, shades of game number 1 from what we saw on that dive and the response coming out of Raktik, but the gold still evened up at the early stages of this game.
Looking at the lane positions for all the teams. Fairly neutral outside of that mid lane where Zeus Ninja has a wave crashing into that mid turret. And Notorious can go ahead and continue to use his Qs to try and push back this wave and actually have it prepared for Raktik to come in through the terrain and look for a gank. And it is a ranged top laner with this Urgot, so you can get some blue stacks here. Here we go, level 6. This might be the fight. Flash is available. Might be able to get out.
Winder being popped. Raktik looking to jump on him. Flashed away. The ultimate's not going to be available for Raktik.
Okay.
Notorious Molly does burn the World End in the process. It is Flash burn on the side of East African, who's going to take that recall. Does have teleport available. The wave is shoved over towards Molly's side.
And now Oracle found a little bit of a reprieve in that mid lane to go ahead and try and pressure this jungle as well. Walk in with Ragtic. They found Be Yourself. They walled him in. That was the pain I was talking about.
That wall putting a bad end on Be Yourself. Does not get his blue buff. Ragtic will steal away the blue buff. Be Yourself is in the area of the Rift Herald, waiting for that spawn on top of, but now in the bot lane, here comes the Zenith Shield of Daybreak, and the lockdown onto Hazim, but Standby gets low. The retaliation too big from Concordia, and they will finish the job. Azam flashes forwards, gets the Glitter Lance, gets the kill. Concordia's bot lane, the return and fire on Standby.
Yeah, and it started off with 2 deaths going over to Hassam, and the fact that now 2 kills are on him, making it a 2-2 Lulu. This support Jhin is looking mighty fine, it looks like, on the side of Concordia University. Going to be using the final curtain to clear the wave out so they can try and greed for some additional turret plates. Not going to be able to find any with that cannon minion already fairly low. Also, the fact that Be Yourself is in the vicinity. They didn't know that he was there, but look at top lane once again.
No flash available for East African, so there's no way to get out of this one. Even level 6 for Ragtic. Kind of style points at this point as he just Beyblades all over the top lane, grabbing that kill on top side.
Yeah, and getting a good amount of orbs as well to see if he can get to that transformation rather quickly. I believe it was around a 15-minute transformation game 1. See if he's able to get a little bit farther in this time around at a shorter pace. And able to get some camps too. And that teleport from East African on that top side now is being exhausted, knowing that his bottom lane is focusing on the dragon. So going to be able to take the first dragon once again of this game with the pressure that Be Yourself is able to provide. But all of that as well, pings coming out, seeing that started, it's going to be a quick reply from Concordia, and I'm loving the faster adaptivity of Concordia to find these ganks, to find these objective challenges, and continue to try and widen this lead by a little bit. And man, Notorious Molly just bringing a fight to East African every single time, making sure that there's no room to breathe.
The moment he spots him, the chains go down, sticks to him, makes it very terrifying to be able to get away from that tower. We saw it in game number 1, seeing it again in game number 2 as Molly is just a different breed of collegiate top laner.
Yeah. And at this stage, looking at the pathing that Ragtic can take, he can just meander his way down, get double buffs, see if his bottom lane of layer can prepare a potential freeze to where you can jump in on this bottom lane and look to get some more stacks. But with all of that cleared out, with the Scrying Orb revealing the camps that are available to Concordia, Amherst might play a little bit differently, saying, all right, don't let that freeze happen. Let's try and look for fights elsewhere and make sure that we can keep track of this Kayn. This Kayn cancels a recall, as a matter of fact, to go back to the top side and fully clear out with those Krugs up there as well.
Yeah, seeing the attempted dive coming out of Be Yourself, that would have been a very risky one. He needs East African to start that. Only being level 6, doesn't have that much of a health pool. He's able to get a recall now, has Tyr Balmy Cinder. So he does get the reset. Reset coming out of East African, who's just going heavily into the Ruby Gems, trying to get as much health as he can.
Trying to survive. Lost Chapter, as you said, both for Zeus Ninja and Oracle. Though Teleport, not available for either of them, and Oracle's pretty low on mana. I don't know if this is the right play, but it's the Honey Fruit that the bird is after. They might actually be able to find Mudkippy here. Good catch.
Oh, and the wall stops him from getting out of the final bullet of the curtain call. Yados are there, just needing one more to find its mark. There comes the ultimate solar flare, stops the death of Mudkippy. Just barely able to survive. The Glitter Lance is not enough to take him down, but here comes Zeus Ninja looking to respond to this dive. Ragtic is there as well. How far too low for Mudkippy? He has to take that recall. Lands the shot on the standby. Onslaught of Shadows comes in, able to push in Oracle underneath the tower. Standby will grab that kill. Shelly gonna hit the map, but cannot destroy the tower in time as Ragtic, Lair, and Hazam full retreat, staying for a little bit too long.
And a great reply from Amherst there, getting out of that fight with no lives lost. With Mudkippy being caught out and escaping with that beautiful solar flare, as you had pointed out. And then recuperating rather quickly underneath that turret, saving the turret, and then also getting that kill onto Oracle, going over to Standby, who really needs that gold. Yes, he's got 10 CS up against his counterpart of Lair, but having that additional gold, being 2 kills to 0 between the two marksmen, has to feel nice here. Might be able to cash in on a mythic item very closely, but he's playing a little bit greedy on the defensive angle of saying, all right, well, I can chill out here. Sure, the turret's low, but turret plates are still up, so it's rather tanky, rather durable. I'll be able to survive for a little while, but Ractic down here saying, no, no, we're looking for a kill here. We're looking to take you out as we know your cleanse is out.
Ractic getting spotted out by Control Ward, has to flash away when he sees Mudkippy. The threat of the Zenith Blade too much, but it's all that's really needed to apply enough pressure with the first brick of the game in the bot lane for Concordia.
Able to escape. I would love a reset here for the side of Concordia to then rotate this Jin Lulu into the mid lane and put a position where this Syndra, who's been doing all right, is going to start to do terribly and can't challenge that 2-1 split. And then, of course, Oracle in this bottom lane looks like they're going to be doing just that. Splendid repositioning there, trying to stay ahead of the game. But you don't want to thwart too much of an attention to that repositioning, because then Massachusetts Amherst has the stronger 5-on-5 at the end of everything here. So with Dragon spawning in 30, you're just looking to focus out, prioritize on getting a couple more turret plates if you can within the last few seconds that they're available, and then looking to get some vision control on this dragon and around this dragon so that this engage comp doesn't do exactly what it's trying.
A little bit told there. Now looking to come in with the engagement. Hazam will stay alive, but the same can't be said for Be Yourself or Mudkippy. A double kill going over to Lair. He's looking to make it 3 as the final bullet comes out of the curtain call, but not low enough. It's going to be East African Concordia. They needed the picks. They got the jungler. They got the support. They want to get the Drake.
And a perfect catch there. It was just Mudkippy not landing any of the crowd control to secure those kills. Sure, was able to land the Zenith Blade, but into his own death because it became a kill zone for Oracle and Lair to just obliterate and play that backward step, that counteracting composition that Concordia has built up. Now with all of this splendid lead, 24,000 to 20,000 in that gold department between the teams, a lot of it is on Lair and on Hazam here in this bottom lane, who can start to be a roaming death squad trying to bait out any over-aggression from Amherst. Not to mention a massive 1,000 gold lead between Ractic and Be Yourself, who is sitting on, once again, a red cane. It's, again, working. It feels, this time around, it's again heel cut by Zeus Ninja, but at this point, he's picking red to prove a point.
Oh, and he's looking to prove that in Zeus Ninja's face. Oracle has this is terrible. There's no escape from this. Nope. There's no escape. Like, even if the damage is not there, they can take your health away one little bit at a time with the wall itself. It's a sad path.
That another side lane being lost as Concordia taking this map over. Ooh, Be Yourself, this might be a little greedy, but also your charge had run down. So no longer able to try and challenge this fight. And this Urgot, oh man, just in an absolute nightmare of a position. But Notorious Molly sees 3 members coming. Knows he has Assam on his back foot, so he continues to challenge. This is just a dance and just a flexing of muscles here that Concordia keeps pulling out the victories. And it's just, it's Amherst once again, just struggling to find those positions and not having the confidence to just hit that big button and say, go, just fight. Even if it is a risky endeavor, if you're able to pull out on top, you're able to get yourself back into this game and try and look over those objectives. And there we go. Herald started, but you're in a bad spot. You're getting pinched in from top. You might get pinched in from mid. You might just be in a world of pain here on this Hecarim.
The attempted start of Rift Herald from Be Yourself. He doesn't have any backup to do this. I mean, sure, you have East African, but look at his health bar and look at the state of his lane. It's not been a fun lane to play in against Molly, who has been pretty much just doing absolute domination topside.
Yeah.
Gonna back off is gonna be Yourself. He doesn't want anything to do with Rift-Tailed right now. You can't afford to get that close. The vision is there from Concordia. That has been a reoccurring theme. Vision from Concordia. They really like to establish it around the neutral objectives very strongly before they set up for it.
That's what you need to do, especially with a composition like Amherst, who has that big red button. So you need to know which angle they're coming from so you can counteract accordingly. And this is just a phenomenal job from the members of Concordia. Hazam, laning phase? Yeah, still not so great. But Lair was able to get him back into the game. Raktik also was able to assist up. Sure, you stole a couple kills on the Lulu, but you're doing a phenomenal job in controlling these objectives, controlling those pressure points that Be Yourself as Hecarim and Mudkippy on this Leona are trying to find. Speaking of which, Raktik on this Kayn, trying to steal some camps away, and there's nothing much that Amherst can do to try and stop this onslaught. Even in this Hextech map, where they have the mobility of the Hextech gates, to try and get around the map a little bit faster, they're going to be playing into darkness, and that's not something you want to be doing when you are a composition that can be so weak when you're on your own.
For Amherst, you're just waiting for them to get any forward vision to be able to get that reply with their death ball.
Yeah.
But it's always first to the punch on Concordia. You can even see right now they are taking the resets, and we have just over a minute for the dragon spawns. Vision is already pre-established. You know, you have a control ward into that bush. You have the scuttle taken. Over in the tri-bush, a ward up on the top side for Oracle. This is already a very safe setup for Concordia. It's something that hasn't been challenged by UMass because they're too afraid of what they're going to find in the fog of war.
Very true. And for Amherst, you're trying to stay calculated, you're trying to cut losses as much as possible, but at this point, you're slow bleeding at the moment. Sure, you're 3,000 gold down, but okay, this might just be what you're looking for, but man, that movement from Notorious is just staying out of the kill range of Urgot. This is just over here. This is just complete outskill play and a flash being forced, especially when Dragon is being spawned in 30 seconds here on the opposite side of the map. You need these kind of spells, you need these summoners, you need these ultimates to try and stand up in these fights. And I was about to recommend for Amherst to just find an avenue of approach on this dragon when you know that Concordia is looking to prioritize it, and just full send it on that backline and kill Oracle and Lair, but they're looking to the top lane instead.
Ooh, trying hard to get Molly. 3 people up on this top side and nothing gained for it. There's so much commitment of resources coming out of UMass. Now, the big thing right here is they need to get that Rift Herald. Absolutely. They're forfeiting the dragon in the process, but the pressure is already there from Concordia, who are looking to challenge.
Yep, and they're already there. 3 members of Concordia are up on this top side, while it's 3 individuals that are from Amherst. Very important on that key statement. Individuals versus members, and here we go. Raktik has found a pick, forces another flash, and already forced to retreat out of their own jungle. Amherst not able to get that Rift Herald, and it's 40 seconds until the Baron spawns, so that Herald is pretty much good as gone. No one's going to be able to claim the second Shelly of the game, but it is Concord who's deciding to claim the entirety of Amherst's jungle for themselves.
Now this Aatrox number 2, Raktik, on this Rost, right? The red king, that's what it's called, Hazam. Yeah, I'm just going to call him Aatrox number 2. You got a fight breaking out, and Raktik looking to jump in on to Be Yourself. Pops the ultimate, but he's in the middle of 4. He should be able to get the kill, gets a big heal on top of that, tries to get the damage in, but too slippery is going to be Yourself. The jungler falling, curtain calls open, a couple of bullets on the backside, but UMass will grab the jungler of Concordia and get out.
Yeah, and that's fine. Able to secure that. That's at least a kill going over to the side of Amherst. That's a bonus. It's not enough to really argue themselves a spot back into this game. This is still Concordia's game to lose. It's their game to win because of how dominant their performance was around those bottom lane fights for the latter half of the early game. First half was very much Amherst's favor. 2 successful ganks by Be Yourself. But this top lane has also been a very big differential as well, because man, East African, game 1 on this Gragas, struggled against that Gwen. And this time around, on the Urgot, having a rough time against Notorious Molly's Aatrox, who constantly is proving that he can control this side lane pressure. And because of that, gives so much freedom for the rest of Concordia to get the vision control that they need around these objectives, to find those flanks, and to continue to abuse the fewer members of Amherst when it comes to challenging those choke points.
21 minutes into this game. Pretty good lead established by Concordia as they hold it by 3K. A Dragon up as well, holding the kill lead. And just looking at the state of the map, able to take that mid lane tower, able to take that bot lane tower. So they have a lot of presence towards the bot jungle of UMass, where they can get that deep vision to set up for future Drakes. Be yourself diving in. He gets punished right away. Oracle over on this top side is going to get the final outer tower of UMass.
He's got Ractic on that Ross to continue to be that bodyguard, be that bouncer. And from here, just slow death. 1-3-1 composition for Concordia. Though it is the most effective, it is also sometimes the slowest option because it's just whittling away at the defenses of Amherst when you can. Of getting a good wave, crashing it, resetting, having the item advantage just ever so slightly over your opponent so that you constantly win those trades time and time again.
Now a little bit of a reset coming in. Molly going to join towards the bottom side to match East African. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds before the Drake spawns, so expect to see some resets, some hard pushes over on the top side. Starting to just barely get them out as Molly starts to push out this bottom lane. And this is the struggle now. When all your outer turrets are gone and you haven't been able to return the favor, these side lanes get so hard to control when neutral objectives come up.
Very difficult. Very, very hard to try and even get into the river here for Amherst. Concordia, again, getting great jobs on pushing these wards out, placing them into those choke points to make sure that they always have those bases covered. Pressuring mid lane to make sure that they always have that up forward, so Amherst cannot look to try and challenge any far forward. And here we go, the engagement from Concordia looking for the kill.
Oh, grabbing him before anyone else could retaliate.
Yeah.
Concordia make it look easy, but that is the threat we're talking about. Trying to grab any vision whatsoever. It kind of needs to be a team effort from UMass because Concordia, if they see one person in isolation, they will engage.
You're the team that's all about wombo combo with this Hecarim and this Leona, and you're the ones getting caught out and pinched. Like, even be yourself just sitting and watching Mudkippy die there in the jungle. If Standby just moves a little bit quicker, you gain that confidence saying, all right, well, we can jump on, we can spend time, waste time, to where we can possibly find some kills back, but just sort of going to the wayside and leaving your friends behind, that's not what this game's about. This is about staying together, and it's Concordia that knows that lesson.
Oh, a double knockup, a double stun, a double the pain. Ractic will be able to take down Be Yourself, setting his sights onto Mudkippy, gets knocked up as the curtain calls are open, waiting for that fourth shot. East African just barely feels the breeze on the back end of it, but that is the jungler down. Very crucial time, another neutral objective on the board.
That's going to be soul point number 3 dragon for Concordia, and it's a Hextech dragon, the strongest dragon available for them to really take this game by storm. Bonus attack speed, bonus ability haste. Guess what? Baron is available. They have no vision control around the objective to try and threaten it, so knowing that, they're like, all right, well, we need some lane pressure instead, and Ractic trying to fight over for that does take a huge chunk from Standby. Mudkippy once again.
He goes so hard. Mudkippy caught out, but he gets out by the skin of his... No! Molly says no! Destroys him, but a great ultimate coming out from Standby. Is this the response that we were waiting for UMass? The health bar so low. Unleashed power comes out. Zeus is able to grab one. Oracle down. Ractic down. But everyone else gets under the tower in time. But University of Massachusetts Amherst, they finally find some hubris coming out of Concordia.
Yeah, and it's Standby that's again the one finding those weak points and finding those overzealous aggressions from the side of Concordia and punishing them to the utmost potential. They're able to get that objective bounty claimed in the mid-tier Tier 1 turret. Are they going to find more? I think they do.
Oh, Molly, bad place to teleport there. There are 5 members around that brick, feeling a little bit too much safety for his team to get there in time, or maybe not even anticipating the next tower push. Yep. A great move coming out of UMass is they're able to gather a lot from that team fight win.
Yep, and that is closing in on that gold lead. Now only around 2,000 difference in favor of Concordia. And that's some lessons learned. That's a lot of bruises taken into Concordia's morale. All I need to do is lick their wounds, hit back, and say, you know what, it's okay. We messed up. We got a little bit greedy. Got to remember, Standby is a monster on this Ophelio, so you have to watch out for him. So if we give him any sense of room, just an inch, Standby will take a mile on this Ophelios and wreak havoc across the ranks of this game and on the Rift, and draw this game out just that little bit longer. So for me, Concordia, understand that lesson, relearn your paths, get some vision control on this top side to threaten this Baron. So if you find a pick onto be yourself or onto Mudkippy once again, you can test that objective, and Amherst will be forced to either forfeit or walk into your trap.
It's a good response coming out of Concordia. University of Massachusetts Amherst were able to grab 3 towers and neutralize that tower lead that Concordia had. It does take a little bit of extra time to be able to do that, so Concordia, as they get off the respawn, you know University of Massachusetts is taking the recall. Their response is to establish vision control. They have it all around that Baron side. They got it deep into UMass's side of the jungle. Now let's see what they're able to do with it. Stacking up as a 5 unit is going to be UMass.
At least UMass has the inner track, as it is. They immediately forfeit it once Notorious Molly jumps in. So sure, they have some vision. Are they going to clear it? Not actually going to clear it here, Concordia. I'll allow some of that vision to stay up and available. But they do have Oracle on that bottom side of the map, trying to push in that wave to force a member of Amherst to address it. And that will be East African on the Urgot to do just that. And Zeus Ninja is going to be on this top side, trying to clear it out. And again, kind of playing the game that Concordia is cooking up here. And I'm not really a big fan of that if you're cheering for Amherst to try and bring this to a game 3. But it's, at the moment, a little bit of a standstill. Concordia still has that situation of not having enough range to siege properly and try and pressure on these turrets as a full 5-man group. And even in the side lanes, they don't have that capability to really punish any kind of missteps or mistakes that Amherst would be trying to find or trying to pressure to get themselves back into this game by inch.
I wouldn't be surprised if Concordia were able to pull off a cheese Baron at some point. With the way UMass have been moving around the map, they've been very afraid to go into Fog of War.
Yeah, but you need a Nivea if you want to do that cheese pick. Like, you have to, because she's the one that has a little bit more of that HP shred with the Leonardo's Anguish. You have HP shred with Raktik, yes, but it's still a fairly slow Baron. So you either have all 5 members or you have none, and you should rather challenge for this dragon. It is soul for this Concordia dragon if they claim it. So once again, getting traps down. And like I said before, when Concordia gets a lead, it's all about setting up those leads, setting up that vision to make sure that you know where this big red button is going to be pushed from for this engagement, and then having that proper resources to counteract when the time arrives. And they've been able to do that phenomenally so far.
Keeps feeling like UMass are playing this extended laning phase and just conceding so much vision to Concordia. And now Concordia are going to utilize that vision to get some damage onto East African and constantly threaten from this Fog of War. You never know what's going to come out. You can see right there the stun from Oracle taking 1/3 of the health of Mr. Mudkippy. UMass, they try to posture forward. There's just so much they need to worry about. Like that wall right there coming out of Oracle. The Solar Flare comes out. It's not going to do anything. Zenith Blade goes wide as well. Layers uncontested. Mudkippy goes down. This is disaster for UMass. Molly on the back end is able to drive 2 members away. He doesn't even fall. Out comes the Onslaught of Shadows. It lands onto Azama, but Oracle and Layer are free to do damage as they will. East African falls. Be Yourself falls. Standby falls. Mudkippy falls. And Zeus is going to see his team on the respawn. Takes one with him in Azam. A double kill going over to Notorious Molly. But that is a huge win for Concordia.
And a fantastic win as well for the members of Concordia. Being able to bait out all of those key ultimates to start those engagements. And then Amherst having their hand forced by Notorious Molly and the front line of East African and yourself get pushed away, and that gives the window for Raktik and Layer to wreak havoc on the backline and take apart Amherst from the inside out, and there's nothing left for Amherst to do but watch each other fall left and right. Concordia taking this game once again by storm, up to the first power play on the Baron. They get Hextech Soul as well. Destrix, this game is looking close to over, but with the damage that Standby and Zeus Ninja were able to dish out even in that last fight, even though it was a 5 for 1 in favor of Concordia, that damage is still nothing to scoff at. If you overstep anymore, Concordia could give away to get back into this game, but it's Concordia who has the initiative to do just that. It's them making the mistakes from here on out because Amherst is at their mercy.
Oh, that is so devastating. Not like this.
Bang.
Turn call goes open.
No.
Standby's trying to hold the line. Mudkippy's there. Be yourself. Will survive. Ooh, will survive. But that is pain right there. Even in his own Raptor cap, he is a prisoner.
Teleport from Notorious Molly saying, no, 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 no objective bounties for you. I will take your pressure. I will take your life, maybe. As East African looking to try and take this fight to him. He's got the HP, he's got the shotgun knees. There's a lot of damage. Oh, but he misses the ultimate. Notorious Molly will be able to retreat back.
Misses. No, no, East African.
You die.
This is not...
That was greedy, man. What was that?
He had Rustic on the other side. He just wanted to feed the gold over to 1, but that was exactly as he said. Big read. Big read.
Yeah, very unfortunate there, but now it's 2 lanes that are going to be pressured down by Concordia University, crushing down on the defenses of Amherst. It's just that bonus victory. A little bit of a mistake, but hey, respect East African for challenging it this time, saying I've got the pressure for a kill, but not landing that Fear Beyond Death. That's the white flag right there. It's like, all right, I can't have that lethal on you anymore. I gotta call it back, but now it's back to Concordia, sieging up on the side against Amherst bot lane. They have very short range, so they can't really pressure in too quickly because they'd be going within the kill and engagement range of Amherst. So it's a slow process, but it is a very, very tough fight for Amherst to try and fight back. They've got ultimates available, so if there is any time to go, now would be the time.
This is tough right here. The zone control is really working, but there's the solar flare. Lands onto Lair. The ultimate going to go onto the back line. Chips too low. Mali and Lair. Low health bars. As the curtain call is open. Third shot comes out. Fourth going to land onto Standby, who hasn't taken too much damage, but that is all that's needed. The Baroned up minion will finish off the inhibitor tower.
That's all that they need. They're going to go ahead and recall now, as there will be 10 seconds left on this Baron while it whittles away on the power play. And it'll be 3 minutes until that next Baron spawns. Elder Dragon spawns in just under 3 minutes as well. And be yourself, that's not a place that you want to be. Has to use ultimate to get away.
Onslaught of Shadows goes over to Mudkippy. Mudkippy can't protect him though. The chains are laid down by Molly, and Molly will grab another victim. The University of Massachusetts Amherst. Try and set up a potential trap bush here. Gonna go for the flank onto...
Oh, Ractix found him.
Concordia. Oh, there we go. Getting caught out, but another miss of the Fear Beyond Death. Standby is still able to get damage over time to finish him off. Now Concordia, still marching into the base. They're down their ADC. He's still pathing in from the jungle. Oracle's presenting a lot of challenge, though. It's hard to get past the Glacial Storm and the wall.
Yeah, it's very tough to do just that, and it's still, these compositions do not siege well. They cannot push into the defenses of one another effectively without losing a couple lives. And if you're the offense and you do lose your life, well, it's even worse for you to try and wiggle in. So it's just understanding that, understanding those limits, and saying, all right, go back, try and take their camps, take their chickens, take the scuttle, take our camps, take everything we can off the board that's available to us within our grasp, within our reach, because overstepping can allow a window of opportunity to come back. And with 90 seconds left until Elder Dragon spawns, and just under 2 minutes, or 90 seconds for the Baron, you can spread Amherst pretty thin. You can challenge them saying, alright, we're down to lose the Baron power play if it gives us that Elder Dragon to force those fights and force challenges a lot easier. Or vice versa. Maybe it's something that's like, we think you can't clear out that Elder Dragon fast enough while we do Baron to make it worth your while.
Concordia stacking up around this Drake. Elder Drake just waiting to hit the map in 50 seconds. And Concordia are doing what they know works best. Go forward into the jungle of UMass. Get that deep vision. Make them afraid of the fog of war. UMass's response is going to be some pressure towards the topside. Teleport is available for East African if he needs to get there in a timely manner. He's going to continue shoving in the wave. You still have 30 seconds before Elder spawns, but there is the wall. Oracle gets chipped down, though, and now the counter engage looking to come in, but there is the end of days as Molly looks to jump in and be an unstoppable beast in the face of University of Massachusetts. It is Concordia demolishing them. The ace looks so easy. 22-9, a 2-0 series from Concordia.
And it's just another great catch from Oracle's Anivia with the wall, denying the opportunity to retreat. And from there, the mass slaughter comes in from Concordia with Molly, with Layer to be shooting from the back line. And that will be a 2-0 sweep, a much more dominant performance, a much more formidable statement here from Concordia, saying we are the stronger opponent, and we are the Northeast.
Some spicy play coming out there. You know, they just get on the comfort. They do what they do best. And what I really got from that was confidence out of Concordia. They are confident in the plays they make. They're confident in the setups they do, and they follow through as a squad.
Yeah, and it goes down to comfort over counter. That's really how it is sometimes, is knowing the limitations of your own champions. And you could see that even on the losing teams. I actually love what the LCS is doing right now, where they have an MVP of the winning team, and then they have an MVP of the losing team, known as a rival. I just want to say huge shout-outs to Standby here on Amherst for doing a phenomenal job on the Aphelios, but it just wasn't enough to go up against Concordia University, who had a phenomenal job. Notorious Molly, amazing on both the Gwen and the Aatrox, controlling those side lanes, making sure they had points of flank pressure to apply onto the mid lane. And then Oracle didn't have that great of a job on the Vex, but this time around on the Anivia, that's where you needed most, catching those pitches, denying those retreats, and allowing time for Ractic on that Rost and for Layer on the Jhin to find those picks and always have a man down going up against their opponent and forcing those disnumbered advantages to where they can take these games by storm and just obliterating their opposition.
Yeah, this was great play all across the map. You know, we kind of make memes at Hazam for his early laning, but when he got out of lane in both games, he was an asset to the team in keeping that backline alive and just keeping the threat alive from Concordia. Again, Oracle 1, 2, and 10. That scoreline really doesn't speak to how much of an impact he was in that game in just enabling a lot of the picks that we saw.
Yeah, and it was a great job on that. And you know, sometimes that's all you need to do is just being able to disable or enable any of those opportunities that your opponent might be dishing out on, and being able to struggle in their own rights to overcome those disadvantages when it happened. And even for Hazam, who, you know, shaky laning phases both games, but still able to come out and perform where it matters most. And that's really what it comes down to. The fact that it's a team game, you may be struggling here or there, but if everyone else is putting on a great performance and looking out for one another, that's what counts here for Concordia. But a fantastic job from them, as I believe we'll be looking in to try and grab an interview with Concordia in just a moment as we prepare for that.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to figure out when we are going to have this interview, who we're going to have it with. While we do prep for that, we do want to get this segment ready and talk about our hero of the game, because this is tied something personally, you know, pretty heavily in my heart, and that is the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. In 2015, Brenda was battling what she thought was a cold, but it didn't get better. She got to the point where she couldn't breathe and was burning up. So she was taken to the hospital, and in total disbelief, she was diagnosed with AML. That's a type of leukemia. Now, Brenda's treatment started immediately, but it wasn't an easy road mentally. She was bullied for having cancer, she lost friends, and she started to see her family at its lowest. But she barely went out and spent a lot of time indoors, and in doing so, having found games on her computer and clutching to the friends that stuck with her after some time, she started streaming on Twitch, creating a place where everyone would be included and treated fairly, but also a place where she could help others. Since Brenda started doing charity streams, she has raised over $2,500 and is a true LLS hero. So, just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, sacrifice, or providing strong leadership when it mattered most. And today's LLS hero of the game is, start up that drum roll.
It is Ractic. It is going to be who did a phenomenal job on both games on this Kayn, piloting a phenomenal jungler in his own right, being able to get that comfort pick and being able to always either counter jungle his opponent, being able to pick up leads, and being able to dominate those side lanes when it mattered most, giving that space for either Oracle in game 2 to control those sideways on the Anivia, or to help out Molly in that pressure with the Gwen to pick up those victories. Is going to be phenomenal to have a jungler like him, even when it's something where you're getting absolutely bullied in the bottom lane. It doesn't matter. You take those losses as it is, because you know at the end of the day it's the Nexus and it's the victory at the end of the game that matters the most. And on top of that, phenomenal job from him, and of course, you know, proving us both wrong that Red Kayn is in fact busted. So huge shout outs to him. Hopefully we're going to be able to get that interview with him in just a moment's time, but it sounds like that is not the case, unfortunately. Huge shot. Oh, as a matter of fact, I believe just hearing from production that we are still working on that connection, so we will be getting with him shortly. But with that, you know, some huge shout outs as it is Ractic.
All right.
Hello. Congratulations on the win.
Oh, you muted right now, Ractic? Not getting a feed in?
See if we can
All right, don't worry. We're just working out some
okay.
technical difficulties.
Sorry,
we'll have them in
put
just a
this
second.
on
There we go, Ractic. Hello, thanks for joining us.
Hi.
All right, so first questions first. I know Cole wants to ask this, but I'm stealing it away from him.
Oh, okay.
Red Kayn, what's the deal with that? Why are you picking it over the blue one? What's the hype around it?
Honestly, I like my Kayn is my favorite champ, so anytime he's open in these games, I just play him. And both games, I feel like, because they had a backline like Aphelios and Syndra in the second game that have no mobility, we don't need Blue Kayn to assassinate them. Yeah. Rost is actually better. He can tank the front line and he can get on the back line as well. And he can shred through the front line as well.
Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense. That clears it up for me with picking up Ross instead. And, you know, with the whole composition in its own right, for both games, it wasn't something as cut and dry as your opponent in Amherst did, where they had very big wombo combo teams that wanted to work together. So what was it that you all chose to pick something that was more like yourself, with the comforts on the Kayns and going more for the laning phase focus than it was going for those team fights?
Yeah, so considering the first game, they had a very good comp around team fighting. So they had a Jarvan and a Aphelios. What did I have? A Gragas as well. It was a very good team fight 5v5. So we opted to go for a Gwen top lane, and I played around the Gwen in the whole game. I kept pathing top lane, so we could enable Gwen to just split push the whole game, which gave us a lot of pressure to just do anything we wanted on the rest of the map. And then second game was very similar, where we played for top again.
So how's the program like in Concordia University, Quebec? How are you liking your teammates? How are you liking the environment? How are you liking collegiate esports?
Yeah, so this is my first year on the team, and I have been enjoying it a lot. I started out, so last year I was around Platinum 4, and I just planned to get on the team. And since I got on the team, it's been super fun. The staff is great. The players are very fun to play with. It's like my most fun time on League of Legends is when I'm playing with the team. So it's very, very enjoyable.
That's what we love to hear, knowing that there's so much camaraderie and synergy within the team and within the school program in itself. Before we let you go, any shout outs or call outs that you want to do before we sign off for you?
I think we got to shout out the Anivia in the second game. As you guys said, it was too many good plays. The top lane, such good split pushing and everything. It was just great from all my teammates. Great stuff.
I want to thank you
Thank you
so
for,
much for joining us, Seractic. That was some phenomenal play, and wish you the best of luck in the rest of NACE Starleague.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, so a good series number 1 to start the day. Concordia University of Quebec able to take that dub, but now we got to head over to the east side of things. That is going to be High Point University taking on Johns Hopkins University. That is going to be right after this break. More NACE Starleague when we return. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague and our coverage of what has been quite a hot night so far. We just finished up University of Massachusetts Amherst versus Concordia University Quebec. Now we're ready to move on to the next match, but not before giving a quick shout out to one of our sponsors, and this time it is going to be Corsair. Corsair is a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone, from casual gamers to committed professionals, to perform at their very best. Another thank you to our sponsor, Corsair. Now, ready to head into the East and High Point University versus Johns Hopkins University.
Perfect. And, you know, Johns Hopkins, pretty good, I gotta say. The fact that you have this team that is probably one of the most flexible I've seen. And this is just sort of like looking at OPGGs and looking some of at some of their past performances throughout NACE Starleague. Rather flexible, and that's what I love about it. Sure, you've got a couple one tricks, but you know what, that's fine. Like, everyone at this level at JV has one tricks, and it's more of how you're able to adapt them and implement their styles and capabilities into your team, rather it is than sort of quote unquote I'm gonna just deal with your one trick kind of thing. Because as we saw with Ractic last series, dominant Kane player always be able to be flexible with one another. So that's where I'm going to be curious to see how well you're going to be prioritizing those pickups, especially when there's a high level of contention around those picks when it comes to this specific series between High Point and Johns Hopkins in that Janna pickup.
So I want to know what the hot picks are going to be. You've already said one in the Janna pickup. I see that we have two very competitive Enchanter supports here. Looking over onto the side of Johns Hopkins, once again, I see Daydream very much loves that Zeri, but I'm sorry, no one's going to be playing that for a while, Cole.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to be able to get that Zeri this time around. Daydream is going to have to figure out what she wants to prioritize in this series, and I'd have to say the same thing goes for both Flower Petals and Critchians. Like, both of them are gonna have to realize if Janna gets through the pick and ban, like for the first ban phase, wow, nuts. But outside of that, it's really going to be something that you're going to have to pick and choose your battles when it comes down to working with those one tricks, as I mentioned earlier. So Johns Hopkins on blue, High Point on red, already just speed running through this first part of the draft. And of course, you got to take out those one tricks. Zeri out, Janna out, and of course, Drywall Enjoyer, well, he may enjoy Drywall, but he's not going to enjoy Cassiopeia this time around. Unfortunate, so we're going to see what they prioritize, as it is Senna first pick. Alrighty.
This is so rapid fire. These teams knew exactly what they were going to ban away. Such a mid lane focus coming out of Johns Hopkins, as well as taking away the Jinx. Same thing, even Enchanter focus coming out from High Point University. The Senna is the first one that's going to get locked in, so response, just waiting for that to come out of High Point University. But this is spicy with the way they've been doing this draft so far, and they're going to continue the spice, getting another one of those comfort picks that is going to be Vayne locked in.
Vayne Lulu kind of grab here. Now, I would love to see High Point actually flex with this Lulu, because I still think like this supports my top lanes are still very potent. And when you're dealing with a differential, like a skill difference, like the one we're dealing with in this game, where it's explosive silver player against a diamond 4 player of solo art, you got some wiggle room to maybe say, you know what, just deny any kind of sense of play and deal with it. But there is a good counter argument to that as well for Johns Hopkins and such. So let's see how that all goes out. As bam, 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 pick after pick here from Johns Hopkins. Though I haven't seen a Senna Xayah lane in a while. I am curious to see how that will interact with what High Point is going to be pitching out.
A lot of long range so far coming out of Johns Hopkins. I speak that very lightly. A lot of range in general. I shouldn't say long range. Careful with my words there. Lulu and Vayne picked up on the side of High Point. Still waiting for the response for their final pick of draft number 1. And they're going to round it out with the Gragas. And this is an interesting one to me. It's one that I see not too much on the side of High Point University in terms of recently played games. Damp Jello does like to pull it out.
I'm feeling that both the Graves and the Gragas here are kind of just double flex. They're both flexing their muscles a little bit across the way here. And during the second ban phase, it's going to figure out, all right, is this Gragas or Graves going to be going jungle, or are they going to be going into that top lane? Because both of them would much prefer to be on that top side of the map, and I feel like it might just come into that and just be like, all right, well, Graves, Gragas, going to clash up there, and then we're going to prioritize our junglers, and that looks like that might be the case here. I'd be very interested to see if Johns Hopkins decides to throw this Graves into the jungle. Doesn't really have that much of a record on it though, but High Point, I believe, does actually have Gragas jungle in them, so that's where it's like, okay, maybe we might not get that more common chance, and we might see something a little bit different. But a lane that we haven't really discussed about right now is in that mid lane, and we haven't seen much happening at the moment ever since we saw those Cassiopeia bans. But we have Vigar and Vex and Corki already taking away a lot of mid lane bans this time around.
Yeah, the mid lane is really getting targeted out here. A lot of Ascabolos' champions, not Ascabolos, excuse me, Drywall Enjoyer, your favorite name so far. As the final bans do come in, it's going to be Vigar and Vex taken out from High Point University. Corki and Yasuo taking away Johns Hopkins doing those bans. Now, looking at what's really left on the map, Syndra is another one that we saw picked up last time when the mid lane was choked up very heavily into that second. It's pretty safe to be able to grab that at this stage of the map. One more pick to come out of Johns Hopkins University, counter pick going over to High Point.
I would have preferred Victor, but if it's more of a comfortable pickup that you understand the matchup between Syndra Orianna in that mid lane, more power to you for having that. And it might be something a little bit similar to the playstyle that Cassiopeia has, or like spam out Qs and then sort of use that to sort of set up wombo combos with other things. But to that end, High Point University knows that this is going to be Camille top lane. Graves will be going into that jungle instead. And you get the choice to have that counter pick, and it will be Gragas in the top side. It will be Xin Zhao in the jungle. That means we're going to have a very aggressive early laning phase here from High Point University on red side. I want to see ganks come in early. I want to see them manipulate that ways to get this Xin Zhao off the ground early against the Graves, because that Graves is going to power farm like no other. He's not going to have that great of lane pressure either, because he doesn't bring any crowd control. He's rather short ranged. He has to walk into the lane to initiate those ganks, and even though he has got the smoke screen to slow you down and slow down your advance, the only real lanes I can see him sort of make any strong advantages is either if High Point really disrespects the Xayah Senna lockdown capability, or primarily it's going to be Syndra Camille, where Camille can use that smokescreen knowledge to know that she's going to hook shot in and either force some summoners or get some lockdown potential there, or the same thing with Syndra, where you're going to be able to scatter the weak and get a stun while that smokescreen provides that lack of information coming around. So hopefully that is where Johns Hopkins is going to be able to find some early pressure or some counter gank pressure going against High Point Xin Zhao.
Now, the Xin Zhao versus the Graves matchup, it's one that's pretty typical to see, but definitely exciting in how fast that matchup can really play, how fast you're looking to make an impact on this map. I echo a lot of your thoughts. You know, Johns Hopkins, they do have a composition that if you are able to give it a little bit of income, it just goes a very long way. I'm looking at that top side with the Camille pick. Yep. Camille can just dominate a side lane for days, you know, kind of shades of what we saw with that Gwen from earlier.
Yeah, Camille's the OG Gwen, really. Like, something that has true damage, can obliterate people in 1v1 matchups, and has constant turret pressure as well. So having this in your back pocket constantly is going to be great. The only inkling of concern is what you had pointed out earlier, is the fact that once you get money pumped into those champions, if you're going into a place where High Point University and Johns Hopkins are matched economically, that there's not a very strong item advantage or level advantage, High Point University has a lot of ways to start fights, create initiation, create some chaos to where Johns Hopkins might not be able to fully get all of their damage onto one specific target. And this Vayne is going to run wild with Lulu in her back pocket and really cause some chaos in that own right. So I'll be curious to see how well Ascalabolos and Flower Petals are going to be able to pilot that bot lane up against Cushians and Daydream, who in their own rights have a lot going for him in that Senna's Island. Something that's rather squishy, but something that has a lot of poke damage, a lot of harass, and a lot of slipperiness when it comes to getting ganked.
All right, well, we're going to take a moment to throw it over to short break. When we return, we will be loading onto the Rift to catch game number 1 of Johns Hopkins University versus High Point University. Welcome back to NACE Starleague, Johns Hopkins University versus High Point University. First game of this series. First series of the day already down. Looking to wrap this up now. Johns Hopkins, High Point. Any expectations for this one, Cole?
Oh boy, expectations out the wazoo, Deserex, as we're already looking at a level 1 cheese coming in from Johns Hopkins, testing the waters. Not the path I would have gone if I was looking for a successful level 1 invasion, but you put 2 wards down for the price of none here. So already expectations, from just that interaction alone, Johns Hopkins is on the top foot. Like they just straight up ego checked. They walked in, and it is, man oh man, is High Point afraid of what is about to come into them, because this is where solo art on the Camille, like you said, dominant side lane pressure. You get some leads up there, boom, game over for the side of High Point, because there's no way you're ever going to be able to challenge that Camille without multiple members being sacrificed to address that situation, and that lack of resources causes much better team fighting from Johns Hopkins. But on the other side, like, we got to play devil's advocate for both teams here. Like, High Point University has a team that, if it gets off the ground early, it's great, but even just at a neutral state, you have a great front line with Xin Zhao and Gragas, you've got a great back-end peel, and you've got some solid engagement and strong late-game teamfight potential with the Vayne Lulu in both Ascalabolas and Flower Petals, respectively. So, on paper, I'm still a bigger fan of High Point just because of the more traditional standstill, but if tonight has shown anything, it is comfort over counter here. And to Johns Hopkins, looking to see if they can get that started.
The Vayne is an exciting pick. It's one that I always get hyped up for every time I see it get locked in by anyone who could pull off the, I don't remember the old meme, the Vayne mechanics.
True.
I used to see that
Gosu
from
style.
Gosu double lift, yeah. And, you know, when you get a Lulu, it's that much harder to really lock down a Vayne who, when she pops the final hour, constantly going invisible, moving from spot to spot with high movement speed.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be one of the tricks that Asuka's going to have to play around as we do get towards the mid-game phase. So got a long way to get there. Still got a long way to deal with this double ADC lane. That's pushing you into your tower.
Yeah. I'm curious also to see how Daydream is going to build, because the last time we've seen Azaya, it was a lot of lethality, it was summon area, it was Eclipse builds. This is a Hail of Blades that she's running on Zaya this time around, so I'm curious what mythic she's going to go, what the build path is, what's the priority, what skill you're maxing. I still feel max E is probably the best option here, but oh man, Soul Art, that was a little sloppy on you, but hey, Gragas base damage is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it is. Tasting a bit of it right there, falling to 200 health and not exactly getting the priority in lane that you're looking for at a time that's a bit questionable. The wave is shoved in a bit more. Watching Jello to see if he's going to path towards that area, but it's not going to be too much of a punish. Jello is headed towards the bot side of the map. It's going to be 4 on this Graves, who's over, still pathing, still clearing out camps on the top side.
Mm-hmm. But it's going to be an equal exchange of Scuttle Crabs as well. Yep, Jello's going to get that bot one, and the number 4 is going to
Just
get...
the number 4.
It's just 4. 4 is going to get Scuttle in topside and be able to get some priority. Now, the comparison, though, you see full clear on the side of 4's Graves, and he's going to try and greed up to check on these Krugs as well on the upper quadrant of High Point. He's going to find them. He's going to be like, perfect, this is great. So, getting a farming advantage, you need to find some kind of recompense here on the side of High Point, whether it is gank or pressure, whether it is reciprocating that Krug position, but you need to know where that Graves is, and that might just show vision, but here comes that gank, forcing some summoners.
Ooh, can't get the third Talon of the Strike to go through, but the double lockdown!
My goodness.
Flower Petals almost falls. She's able to get away in time as Asuka trying to hold the line. A little bit too much danger there. Good reaction coming out of Daydream with the recall.
Yeah, but also the confidence to hold those summoners as well. Heal and Exhaust still not used from either team, but the flash from Critchians was exhausted because of that surprise gank that Damp Jello was able to provide. Though, with all that being said and done, overall kind of successful with the reset that High Point would want. I would really want a lot of Dragon Pressure here if I'm High Point, and I want to get this game going rather quickly and in an advantageous position. So with this wave being crashed, force the TP so you don't miss that much. You can hit a reset on this top side as well. Both another TP as well from Drix It Up in that mid lane, because he knows that if you're looking for this dragon, you need to have some of that mid lane pressure, and Drywall Enjoyer does not have that TP available, so that is an advantage that you can sort of win over to make sure that Xin Cao does not get that dragon early on.
Solo's trying. I appreciate the hook shots
Respect
there.
the hustle, yeah.
Explosive, really quick on the body slams. But those type of reactions are the stuff you can kind of play around, especially with your jungler. If the hook shot is going to bait out a body slam, you get him to walk back. That's an escape tool that can be down. His flash is already burned, so something you can play around if you can catch the mannerisms of your lane opponent.
Yeah, and a lot of Camille versus Gragas is kind of a mind game of who uses their E first, of dashing forward, because Gragas can body slam and stop the Camille hook shot rather easily when she tries to engage upon him. But if you miss that out, that's that one hard CC that denies Camille any of that engagement. And if that's gone, Camille has a green light to try and press onto you. So a lot of that is a little bit of that this or that, who's going for what, and sort of trading those grasp of the undying procs back and forth between one another as well, just to have that upper hand over one another. Speaking of that, 4 is going to check up, see if he can find some vision. Does see some, but is going to be going straight back and trying to power farm as much as possible to gain that economic advantage over his counterpart of Damjello's Sim.
See Solo, after having that wave shoved in, does a little bit of the duo roam together, just to make sure that 4 can get in and is not going to be suddenly surprised by Damjello. Almost had a small window of opportunity to find a gank there. But now Damjello is going to find, try and find a larger one over in this bottom lane. Goes after Christians, able to hop onto him. 3-talent strike, gets the knockup, but there is the recall of the feathers. We got the double snare. Still able to stay alive as Christians' Daydream returns fire.
And Barrier is used by Christians on that Senna, but another summoner spell being exhausted. They win that bottom lane priority once more, but Drywall Enjoyer getting caught by 4 here.
Ooh, Unleashed Power comes out.
Oh,
the sombrero of the Shockwave.
Though.
First blood comes out for 4. It's going to be a trade, though. Still an assist going over to Drix it up. Is going to feel pretty nice. First blood going to mid lane. CS denied for Drywall Destroyer. Damjello just kind of watching for the time being.
I don't like this from Damjello. He's being greedy. He knows that the mana is low for Drix it up. But at this point, you know that mid lane, Drix it up is going to push back. Okay, force a flash. I guess that's worth it. But is it worth your life?
Oh!
No mana to try and
he
force.
burns his own flash!
He didn't need to do that, man! She didn't have any more mana! Oh, no. It was really cool for, like, the first part when they got first blood. That was really awesome. But then after that, it got messy really quick because Damjello could have gone and taken this dragon. Because you got bot lane priority, and Drix it up Syndra didn't have enough mana to really try and challenge the dragon if they had vision of it. So a very big hiccup there from the side of High Point University to not get as much as they could. And now it's Johns Hopkins who's got the upper hand on this one, though it is Drywall Enjoyer who's going to smell them out, and the rest of High Point is going to rally behind him.
Drywall doesn't have Shockwave. We just saw that get wasted earlier. Still a quarter left on that cooldown. Daydream waiting in the area, still holding the dragon, but she's taking a couple of autos from the Drake in the process. Now looking to engage on it will be Damjello. A couple of strikes in, he will grab the Drake, but there comes the Crescent Guard, able to push back 4, but 4 gets Uber Eats right there, able to get the delivery straight over to Flower Petals. Now looking to jump in for more, jumping over the wall will be Daydreams, able to throw out the feathers, will not get the Blade Collar on the return. Instead, it's going to be Damjello who falls to 4 in the process.
And Johns Hopkins gets the better of that trade. Sure, you lose the Mountain Dragon, but that's just 6% bonus defenses over a fact that you just got a massive gold lead in favor of your team, jumping it up to almost 4,000 in that advantage. 3 kills onto 4's Graves. Let's hopefully see if he can equal it out and get 4-4-4. Make that pun worth it, but Explosive, he might be able to get his own kill on a solo ward. That would be a phenomenal pick too after all of this, just to have some kind of recovery, some kind of control of like, alright, even though we lost Dragon, it's alright. This Gragas is pulling out the win and making sure that this Camille is having a hard time in this top side of the map before she gets out of control.
She will be able to back off. Start walking back to lane. The wave is going to crash, but it still is a CS lead coming out from Solo Art.
Yep.
Does have the Sheen, does have the Caulfields. Also has 4 towards the side of the map. It's going to be nice. There is no Drake. Rift Herald is available, and the pings are going straight over for the Rift Herald.
Very true. See if you can pressured a little bit more. That's nice. Though, from here on out, for High Point University, they need to have very good trades when it comes down to these skirmishes back and forth. They need to wiggle themselves back in through either canceling out objective pressure from Johns Hopkins or looking to try and accelerate this game to where they can 5-man mid, where they can get all 5 members of their team into a easier position to where they can use that team fight potential, that stronger team fighting composition that they've cooked up. Because you're on a timer against that Camille. As a matter of fact, this might just be the little punish that they're looking for.
Damcello waiting so long in that bush. Flashing over the wall will be Christians. Or shows up to the fight, goes after Damcello, but Damcello gets away in time. He was waiting a long time in that brush.
Yeah. And we saw a little bit of a trade between Explosive and Soloard. Explosive has very little mana, so he's not going to be able to try and challenge any forward engagement on this top end of the map. I would just say hit the recall button and TP back, or just waddle your way back. There's no way for you to really try and gain any advantage here. That Rift Herald is as good as gone unless you have an ulti to like YOLO it. That was way too late, man. That was unfortunate. I respect it. But that was too far gone for that end. Now you're going to be recalling back without an ultimate, and might actually be enough time for Soloard to punish you with a potential turret plate if he really goes for it, or to force you to have that teleport exhausted as well. With all that said and done, eyes are now going to be diverting back to this bottom side of the map because Dragon spawns in 2 minutes, and if we can get some pressure here, some leads back into High Point University, or to pressure those leads that Johns Hopkins has, that's going to be all the better to try and win this Dragon over and get to that sole position.
So 2 minutes before plates fall off, pressure being applied into the bottom lane by Christians. 1 plate taken over in the bottom lane, in the mid lane. Still trying to find more in the top lane. Johns Hopkins University able to get the better of the plate war in this early game. So got a minute 45 seconds before last cash-in can be done. Now for stalking into this bottom lane, watching Flower Petals, watching Asuka. They're pushing in the wave. He hops into the alcove, but he is spotted out by a ward. Response from High Point, sending Damcello and Drywall down there. Flower Petals pops the ultimate, but she gets destroyed so quickly. Christians falls as well. Support for support in this trade thus far. Drywall getting closer. You got to watch out. That Graves damage is pretty big. Shockwave not available for trying to put some threat up, but it's going to be just a trade. Support for support.
Yep, supports for both of them, but it is going to be an advantage for the side of Johns Hopkins because of how big this Graves is on 4. He'll be able to keep that jungle pressure in favor for himself as well. That's really the big point for it. Soloard's going to have to recall after that massive amount of damage that he just took from Explosive Scragus, but it's alright. 13 minutes, Unleash Teleport isn't unlocked yet, so you can go ahead and creep back to that top lane, get that better recall and that better cooldown as well on the teleport, as this will be the first turret. A very well used Shelly as well in the mid lane to accelerate this Drixit up. Syndra, who is still looking for those boots, but does have the Luden's Echo available. Ooh, nice call up, nice catch by Christians. This could be him dead.
He's so far behind too. 2-level deficit on 4. His life completely forfeit in that last exchange. His health bar going down so fast. Damcello is so far behind in this game, Cole.
And I love what Johns Hopkins is able to do. I was very curious on how Daydream and Christian's sort of bottom lane would work, because it's not something very traditional, and it's much more just exploit of a very OP character in Senna, and then the flexibility and the sustainability that the Xayah applies on Daydreams. And so far, they're doing a phenomenal job. It is going to be a Noon Quiver mythic item, so I would be very favorable of grabbing a Gale Force here for Xayah. Just super flexible, it gives you that execute, additional dash, there you go, Gale Force, bada bing, bada boom. And now you have a very dominant bottom lane, you've got a very dominant jungler. I don't see Gore Drinker option on Graves, but I actually do like it here, because it gives you that innate Omni Vamp that comes out from the item, and then also gives you some good sustain because you're going to be in the thick of it. You're going to be in the middle of these fights, and if you're able to just do that small little slash to gain that sliver of HP back to win out on top of it, especially with the red smites that are on both of the junglers here, that can go a long, long way, and being so far forward is a great position for him. But speaking of far forward, Soloard back at it again on this Camille.
I'm so surprised we haven't seen an attempted dive towards this top side coming out of 4-4.
It's
It's
tough
just
to
been...
dive at Gragas, man. Very tough.
Oh, yeah, it is, but you're getting them lower and lower. You have Ultimatum. Explosive Cast can ruin that very quickly. It's all about the timing.
Yeah. Well, if it was a electrocute Graves where it's like Eclipse lethality, I would be more of a fan of it because then you could just burst him down from 400 HP at no cost whatsoever. But because it's not, and it's more of that Bruiser-esque Graves, I'm more worried about getting jungle control, prioritizing his objectives, and sort of a death by 1,000 cuts situation. And speaking of death by 1,000 cuts, it's going to be Feathers this time. Daydream, she's looking for a kill. Going to force some
Flower Petals flashes away Daydream. Pure aggression after taking down that tower was showing up here. Look at the state of the game. Johns Hopkins University, they're getting the gold where they really need to. You don't have much on Solo Art, but you don't need to when he has that much of a CS lead. Same thing with Daydream, having strong KDAs right now as they continue to make their presence felt in High Point University's jungle. Looking for more is going to be Drix it up. It's a good scout of the week onto Damp Jello. And quarter of the health right there. That's the situation that Damp Jello is in. Now a 3-level deficit in comparison to 4.
I would start hitting reset buttons here if I'm Johns Hopkins. You put Solo Art onto this bottom side of the map and get Daydream and Critchians up here. Next Rift Herald is going to be up in just under a minute, and you need to set a vision for it, you need to prepare for it, and you want to make sure this Camille is as isolated as possible to continuously scale against this Gragas. So putting them in that position and then forcing the Gragas to either say, all right, well, we need to group up, or I'm going to continue to match you, is exactly what Johns Hopkins should be looking for here. But they're staying to their guns of 1-1-3 basic laning situations, and I'm not like the hugest fan of it, but the thing is there's nothing wrong with it either because they're so far ahead. They're 8,000 gold in the lead, so they can do what they want as long as it makes sure that they are prioritizing their win conditions and High Point isn't realizing theirs.
Look at the tracing that you're seeing come out from Johns Hopkins University. They don't even have a ward right there. It might have been cleared out from a control ward. Didn't see that a little bit earlier, but pinging out exactly where Damp Jello is, scouting out where he's going to be, tracing where High Point is at any state of the game, and making a play reactively to it. You can see right now they're making the call. Rift Herald on the map. They're starting to set up vision over there. Going forward is Christians. Pushing in the wave is Solo Art. Same thing coming out of Daydream, who has rotated towards that mid lane.
There we go. That's what we're looking for. But Syndra over Camille, making sure that they have that pressure. I think at that point, it's more the fact that they're able to get the reset more favorably for that Syndra instead. And, oh man, that true damage, it still hurts. But no, this is not a fight you should be picking. But actually, he has Damp Jello on the back end. Oh, but that Senna ult does show that there is defenses on the back end. Solo Art just needs to create some space. He does successfully. And a TP from Drix it up. This might just be doomed for HP.
Missing the wind becomes lightning was so catastrophic there, but there's the counter engage. Crescent Guard able to keep Damp Jello alive, but it won't be the same for Explosive, who falls. Flower Petals gets taken down by Christians,
man.
and the rest of the top side obliterated. A double kill going over to 4. The response too strong from Johns Hopkins University.
And just like that, this game is broken wide open. Daydream needs to get out of here. She's in trouble.
Yeah, Asuka looking to play in the blade collar. Gets the angle with the flash! Condemned into the wall! A close duel between the ADCs, but the shutdown goes the way of Asuka.
Not to mention the Orianna shield as well came in a little bit clutch, but it was the Condemn that sealed the deal and sealed Daydream's fate there. A phenomenal fight between the two marksmen of Johns Hopkins and High Point University. But at that point, sure, you got a 1-for-1 kill, but you're still 10,000 gold down by the team. You have a massive Graves you have to deal with in 4, and sure, you might get this kill on a Solo Art, you might not. But at this stage, you're losing Dragon, you're losing overall map pressure, and Solo Art's going to just go ahead and take himself down smiling here. That's a totally okay death. So many people exhausted into that top side. That's exactly what Camille wants.
Beautiful play coming out of Johns Hopkins University, and they're looking to try and transition to more. They grab the Drake, second Drake towards their side. It'll be a Cloud Drake. We do have a Cloud Soul map, so it'll be another 4 minutes, 45 seconds before we get towards that. But we want to take another look at that kill from that duel that was happening, because that was a hell of a fight between both of these
Are you telling
marksmen.
me we got replay capability in here? This is amazing. So it was a phenomenal fight between the two ADCs, and yep, it's just that small extra condemn because you aren't able to weave that auto in. Oh, we get rewind capability.
Oh!
Zip, yep, because it's just one auto difference. That's all it is.
That really
One
all
auto.
it came down to. Close exchange there. Could have went either way for these ADCs. Mix it up.
Does it have enough for execute?
Scumbag.
Up, kill it.
Get
There
it.
we go. All right. With High Noon Senna, they're able to wrangle that one out of its cage and be able to. Is that like stealing? That's pretty much like stealing cattle in the Wild West right there. You just straight up stole their blue buff. It's just disrespectful. Nonetheless.
Picked it up too.
Yeah.
Grab it, took it over the fence.
Just, this is my burger now. Goodbye. Thank you for playing. Nonetheless, this is still like... Johns Hopkins still going 1-3-1 is still debatable for me. I still think 4-1 would be best with the Syndra, because then the Graves is gathering most of the side lane pressure and able to crash it best, and then from there on out. But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the fact that 4 members are being exhausted to take a challenge against Solo Arts Camille, no problem whatsoever. High Point is lost. They are scrambling for a solution, and they are trying every hypothesis possible at the moment, but they're not finding the right one. And it's just letting Johns Hopkins run wild with this game, take 1 turret, take 2 turrets. They are going to be taking their 6th turret of the game down here in the bottom lane, and that is going to accelerate this game to a 11,000, almost 12,000 gold lead. Make it 13 with this kill.
Scatter the Weak going after Drywall Enjoyer. He will get demolished. Now Asuka going after 4. It's a couple of shots in, but doesn't want to challenge the Gunslinger. Able to walk away will be 4. This is pretty devastating now. What can you really say? It's 4 levels separating the junglers. We have a 21-minute flame horizon in the jungle alone. This is brutality from Johns Hopkins. They have a 12k lead at 22.
This game's pretty much sealed and done for the most part. It's just Johns Hopkins' question, of how efficiently or how rash they want to be with trying to close this game out, because they've got the great side lane pressure. Again, they've got objective control at the wazoo. They've got vision control as well that they should be hitting here with this reset button. Senna can come in and go ahead and secure that. Curious on how many souls Senna has as well. We might be able to see here later down the line or check in with our observers about that. But nonetheless, it does mean, ooh, 80 souls already. 79. Oh my god. You are getting close to the promised land, my friend. Critchians on this Senna is going to be shooting from miles away, from heaven on high, as it is. As at this stage, like, there's no need for Syndra to be on this island anymore. Just group up, threaten this Baron. Solo Art should not be in this top lane anymore. He should be bottom lane. Throw him down in the bottom lane. Put him in the basement, because you need to have him down there to attract all the attention that he's providing right now, so you can be threatening Baron with the Xayah, Senna, Graves, 3 marksmen to just whittle away, and because it's threatened, it's like, just flip the whole thing. But it doesn't matter. They're just playing deathmatch at this point, and that's giving a little bit of time for High Point University to lick their wounds and try and find a weak point, and that error could cost Johns Hopkins dearly. But Dragon spawns in a minute. You can take as much time as you want. You don't have that great of a siege composition, but your poke with the Senna is going to do some wonders if you are able to land some onto it, and they're able to do just that with some onto Drywall.
For Fearless in the face of High Point. 1-3-1 starting to collapse now as every minion wave going towards inhibitor towers. Bot lane push from Drixit up. The top lane push from Solo Art. The rest of Johns Hopkins in the mid lane. Now it's just a turtle coming out of High Point. They have no idea what they want to do. They have no idea how to respond to this. They're waiting for a clump up. They're waiting for some sort of wombo combo, because that's the only way they're really going to get into this. Flower Petals getting caught over the wall. Scatter the Weak. That is how much threat. That is without an ultimate that Johns Hopkins are bringing to this map right now. They're bringing to the base of High Point University. An inhibitor tower falls, and now the inhibitor under threat as Asuka getting closer and closer to try and save this inhibitor. Solar in the top lane wants to make it 2 inhibitor towers hitting the ground, and very easily going to get those final autos to make that a reality. response might be coming in the mid lane, though. Out comes the pressing guard from Jello. Jello looking to back up, tries to get it in bone, but there is the shockwave, pulls in for wants it, though. He wants more of this fight, jumping forward, be able to throw down an orb, will be tricked up. Asuka goes deep, uses the final hour, but the feather call is too good. Daydream is able to tear it up on the back end, on the front end. Here comes Solo Art, and it is an ace for Johns Hopkins University as they're able to take game 1 of this best-of-3 series.
And Johns Hopkins just baits High Point University into the perfect trap, forcing the fight into a upper man advantage. They're going to be able to take this entire game by storm. Johns Hopkins, my goodness, a phenomenal performance. 15,000 gold in the lead, and it looks like they have very few weaknesses that High Point can use to exploit going into the second game. But that's game 1, 25 minutes in the books. And at this moment, it may be two teams. Like you said, it is a Swiss bracket. These teams are 2-1, but at the moment, Johns Hopkins looks like an absolute monster of a team.
Yeah, that was brutal play. I don't know what to really say about it. Like, you know, let's look at the jungle role first and foremost.
Sure.
You know, the Graves versus the Zhao matchup. Being out-farmed that hard, you didn't get to have a jungle. And it wasn't just the Graves coming forward. You know, you have the side lane pressure coming out of the mill. There's no priority pretty much anywhere for High Point to try and get their footing into this game. And just the momentum that you got from that counter jungling, from that power play.
Yep.
My goodness, that was some disgusting stuff, Cole.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal job from Johns Hopkins all around, and I will be very excited to see what they're going to be able to bring into the second game. But the problem is, you got a little bit of time for High Point University now to go back to the drawing board, research what they need to be trying to figure out, and there's a lot of things that they can do, but you know, over the break, I'll be curious to see what they're going to be able to draft up and what problems or solutions they're going to be able to find in this best of 3.
We'll see if they can find any answers to what Johns Hopkins has busted out here today. We're going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2 of this Eastern matchup of High Point University versus Johns Hopkins University. Welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague and the matchup of High Point University versus Johns Hopkins University. Now, before we get too much into game number 2, Cole, yesterday was Valentine's Day. I just wanted to show you my Valentine for Valentine's Day.
Oh,
Say hi to little littles right here.
baby! Oh my goodness, so precious.
How you doing, little littles?
Oh my, that is. I was like, what is this? And then I was like, saw the dress, and I was like, no explanation needed. This is Pupper Hour now. But adorable stuff right there, Mr. Desrix.
Got to show some love for the season, as we are showing love for League of Legends and collegiate play. Matchup versus High Point University versus Johns Hopkins University. That game number 1 was a statement from Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, a statement indeed, and they did a phenomenal performance in every which way and every angle. Every single lane did spectacular, and that's what they needed to really blow this game up. It was one of those compositions that it's win lane, win game, and when you win, you win hard. There were some moments of light from High Point, like this one on Ascalabolos, where you're able to get some solo kills, but they never played to their actual true win cons. Like, yes, you can get solo kills on Vayne, you can get solo kills on Oriano or on DeGragas, but if you're not playing to a team fight composition like you drafted, you're gonna have a problem. And we saw that last series in the Northeast region, where it was just Concordia was able to go absolute wild on comfort picks like Johns Hopkins was doing just now, because they understood the matchups, they understood how the champions win their matchups and how they win those games, and because of that, it makes it a lot easier to understand the overall win condition of the team. And this time around, where it's the same kind of lesson of for High Point University, you have a team fighting composition, you team fight, you group up as soon as possible, because you don't want to be addressing these constant other situations, that there's other complicated features that are the opponent, and it's better for you to play your game rather it is to try and stop your opponent from playing theirs.
So where do you think the draft changes here? Because there were some things that were picked up that I still like coming out from High Point. The Xin Zhao I think is still a solid jungler to have. I think Asuka looked pretty good on the Vayne. The Lulu was an interesting pick to have paired with it, but Asuka was still able to be enabled. I saw a lot of the troubles coming from at least the mid lane and the top lane with the Gragas and Oriana.
For me, mostly, if I had to choose something within the draft and champion select to sort of adapt, I would be looking at that Vayne. I need something with a little bit more lane dominance, a Jhin perhaps, or maybe something that provides a little bit more of that team fight pressure outside of the Vayne. So I'd be looking at the Jinx. But the Jinx, I believe, was banned that game 1, so you're not able to do that. The Caitlyn is a possibility to try and abuse and try and create pressure with. But if you're looking for something that has good lane dominance, has some good team fighting, and can sort of disallow a lot of the things that Johns Hopkins was trying to look for, I would honestly go for something like the Sivir, because of just how powerful it can be with clearing waves very quickly, or something like the Misfortune, where it works with the team fight composition that you're building up towards and has some good lane dominance as well when it comes down to trading against those more aggressive champions like the Senna and like the Xayah as well. So there are options there as well, but the main thing for me is still team mentality and focusing on your own game rather than trying to mess with anybody else, because that overall was really one of the biggest reasons why they struggled so hard in that game 1 of the series.
I mean, with team mentality, Johns Hopkins had that pretty much on lock.
Yeah.
I think we saw from every lane pretty much a solid performance. There's nothing you can really complain about. Some hiccups in the bot lane didn't really matter. They were able to bring it together, and we saw some of the skill that you had from Daydream off of that one duel that we saw in the highlights, Daydream versus Asuka. That was pretty hyped up to see. But Johns Hopkins, the response they had in every single lane was phenomenal, was fantastic, and you can see very few things changing up as we get ready for this next draft.
Yeah, and if we are sort of transitioning over to what Johns Hopkins should be trying to adapt, is preparing themselves for the inevitable of those bans being taken away, of those picks. So seeing what sacrifices the teams are going to be making on what they want to get rid of. I feel like the Cassiopeia is still going to be something that Johns Hopkins is going to try and ban out against Drywall Enjoyer again. Janna is still going to be off the board, and it comes down to more of those minute details of, do you let the Jinx go through? Do you let the Zeri go through this time? Or do you look for something where it's trying to stick to those same bans, try and force a salty run back away from High Point University so they get stuck into the same trap and maybe they have or have not learned their lesson?
seems successful, definitely targeting
Sure.
the mid lane pool like they did, the Cassiopeia, the Nivea, not allowing that comfort to go. I keep looking down because she's still on my lap right now. I'm
Oh.
waiting for the next break to put her down. But yeah, the targeting in the draft worked well to stop the mid lane for High Point University to be effective, and it seems like that is going to be the run back right now. Still banning away that Cassiopeia.
No Cass, no Ari, and I feel like a lot of these bans are going to be dished out towards those mid laners once again. Those were the potent bans as well. There was also the Vex ban and Vigar ban too, so Jinx being taken away. Curious to see, will that Janna ban happen once again from High Point University, or will that Janna go through and be sort of challenged as a contested pick? It will, as Thresh is taken away, and bam, Janna immediately picked up for Johns Hopkins.
We've had a lot of talk about Janna support. You know, we know that all too well. Well, why don't you give us a little bit of an insight on the Janna top that's been becoming more and more popular lately?
Well, it would be kind of a moot point for me, at least for this series, because it is like almost 95% going to be going into the support for Daydream, and excuse me for a little brain fart here. Sorry, Christians. Because it's just so much better of a counter or a comfort pick over anything else, and we've seen today that comfort over counter is very much the thing to do. Not to mention solo art, not really a big Janna top player, much more of a hyper carry player. Like likes the Nars, likes the Jace, likes the Camille's, likes the Gwen. So it's not something that is going to be going into that repertoire just yet. If you want to see a Janna top kind of situation, I would say, you know, queue up in solo queue, because that's probably where you're gonna find it. Nonetheless, though, this does mean with the Aphelios Lulu something a little bit we're more familiar with from last series.
Yeah, locking that in, you can get that late game prominence that we saw from the last series, which was I forget who was playing. That was on Concordia's ADC, but it not Concordia's ADC, UMass's ADC. Man, the name's on the tip of my tongue. It bugs me so much.
Always tilting, aren't they?
Yeah.
Another is Standby.
Standby, thank you. Yeah, he had a good performance even with the 2-0 on the Aphelios. So if he can get to that late game state, you can be that threat. But speaking of late game threats, Vigar gets locked in on the side of Johns Hopkins.
I like this from Johns Hopkins. These are all counter picks. They're getting the pick of the litter from this so far. That Thresh ban just opened the doors wide open, but that also means that Corki is available. That was banned in the second phase, so it's going to be a Vigar v Corki matchup. And we're going to be able to see what High Point University is banning out. They do decide to ban out that Graves, which was very dominant in the first game of the series, though you're looking for junglers and you're looking for ADCs to be picked up here for Johns Hopkins. So what are they going to be prioritizing? There's still a lot of things on the board. The Caitlyn is still available. You have the Jhin, which was rather successful. That is also fairly strong. I would feel like with this Janna, you have pretty much a huge option to just say, you know what, let's just try and counterpick this Aphelios Lulu and see what the best ADC is to deal with them in lane, and they'll be going with that. Caitlyn being off the board means that you're not allowed to sort of do that more long-range harassment, so you're going to have to go into some more gray area when it comes to picking up that marksman. Heck, I'd even say it might be a strong argument to just throw this Vigar into the bottom lane and do Vigar Janna and just try and threaten some potential with that. But that would be me getting into some very interesting and very dark Church 9 territory. As we have now finished out those bans, the Kha'Zix also being taken away, and we're still looking to see what High Point wants for their solo or for their top lane and for their jungler.
With these picks so far for Johns Hopkins, it's a lot of comfort coming in. High Point going for the Ivern here. This okay. This is a champion that Dampjello likes to play. He has had success in it in solo queue. This is a head scratcher for me.
Well, so you have double enchanter now to like just shield up the Aphelios, but you also have a Corki as well. So you have two marksmen you need to worry about. At this stage, you're having to prioritize a lot of utility around two specific carries, and that kind of plays into a little bit of a double-edged sword, where it's either like you have two threats, so it's a lot more difficult for Johns Hopkins, who has a very assassin-focused composition, to prioritize a specific target over one another. But on the same side, they have two carries that they can prioritize over one another. So you may be shielding up Aphelios, but they'll just turn sights onto Corki, or they'll target Corki and turn sights onto Aphelios, vice versa. So there's a lot of nuances and minute details that are going to be happening during those team fights and during those skirmishes. And I like this Varus pickup because it's like we have a Zed jungle, we have an Irelia top lane, we have Vigar late game security scaler. So we're just going to try and find engagement and find a way to pick off those more immobile marksman carries during these fights and during these objective setups over anything else. And the Urgot being grabbed is more of that same answer to what the Varus was. Is like we're choosing something over lane counter and prioritizing trying to shut down this target. So the next question for me would be, all right, is the Ivern Urgot going to be enough to try and stop this Aurelia Zed situation? Or is it something where there's just so much raw damage on the side of Johns Hopkins that High Point University doesn't have enough utility to survive that onslaught?
Yeah, and that is my worry right there. Being able to have a footing in the early game, in the mid game, you will have some guaranteed into the late game just by the nature of having Aphelios and these tools to be able to protect them. But these are not champions that are coming in a very conventional way when it comes to a team fight. They're coming from all angles. They're coming from the flanks, the fog of war, and they still have two very high value targets they want to take down in these team fights.
True. I'm just and I haven't seen the Vigar Corki matchup that much because, you know, we sort of cover the overarching premise of these two compositions. There's not a lot of hard engagement from either. It's going to be a lot of playing the vision game and controlling those flanks to see who starts who, and also the side lane, again, going to be a huge center point for these teams on how they want to prioritize different lane assignments. And I think that on that note, I think that's a great thing to point out for this game because that was something that High Point University struggled with lane assignments and making sure that they could get out of that 1-3-1 laning phase that Johns Hopkins was forcing into them. But the same thing goes for Johns Hopkins. Like there was multiple times that I was just like, you should rotate this way instead, and it would have been
a mill down there.
Yeah.
Well, draft completely done now. We are going to throw it to a short break. When we return, we will hit the rift for Johns Hopkins University versus High Point University. Stay tuned. Welcome back to NACE Starleague. Johns Hopkins University versus High Point University. Game number one, the gauntlet was thrown down by Johns Hopkins. Absolute domination. Kind of looking to repeat it with this composition that they've drafted here. So much aggression in it.
Yeah, this is really doubling down on that gauntlet thrown. Pretty much gloves completely off at this point with a Zed jungle, Illarelia top. We've got the Vigar comfort pick as well. A lot of comfort picks picked up for Johns Hopkins University on this blue side draft, where High Point University, a little bit more of an interesting composition. They got the very powerful Aphelios and Lulu bottom lane that can be very notorious in those teamfight situations. But the question is, against this all-out damage composition that Johns Hopkins has, does the Ivern and Lulu have enough to keep these carries alive? And maybe will Explosive find a way to neutralize that side lane pressure that Solo Art will be looking for on this Aurelia? A lot of questions here for High Point University to answer, where Johns Hopkins has really nothing to lose. They're being a little bit riskier because they're up one game. They can take this loss if they need to. But if they put a statement here, if they stamp a victory with this kind of draft, it can be very intimidating for other teams going into the rest of the Swiss bracket, knowing how flexible Johns Hopkins can be with their drafts.
And game number one, we had 4 on the Graves. He was able to get a really quick pace in the counter jungling and just denying so much. Completely different matchup here between 4 and Damjello in the Ivern versus Zed matchup. Will enable Damjello to be able to have a little bit more control over his jungle, thanks to just placing down those rings, being able to insta-take those camps. Still is Zed, and if we do remember Zed, at least from the days where he was a prominent pick, it was a lot of times you could focus him either from that assassin role or side lane control.
Yeah, and that's what's so interesting and unique about Johns Hopkins' draft, is that if the Zed does clear rather quickly and you get to this mid-game performance where he can get into that position to just challenge side lanes, it's going to be great. As Solo Art, Explosive, it's going down to 1 auto attack, the flash! No! Oh!
Oh, the mind games with the flash. Just a second earlier, it would have been the kill, but today Explosive is going to be the one to get the first blood on High Point.
Oh, and that's such a huge punish there from High Point, being able to take that win for flash, first blood going over, and man, the mind games, as you said. Now teleport being used. Solo Art he's angry now. This is not something you like to do. Losing that 1v1 and then having to go back and your wave is already pushed up and frozen. Thankfully, it is an Ivern, so you're not going to have a lot of pressure going up immediately. But man, knowing your flash is down, I feel like this Ivern should just sprint up to this top side of the map. See if we get another kill for Explosive.
We are going to take another look at that 1v1 that went down, because actually got to hold that because we actually have a gank going on. 4 looking to go for the bot lane, sets a sight onto Flower Petals. Flower Petals gets slowed, but that is the Shadow Clone used, unable to use any more gap closers to get that damage in. So, good attempted gank. Now a little bit of fighting going on as the baby cage comes out. Dark Matter going to land, getting a Q on top of that. Drywall Enjoyer realizing he doesn't want any bit of the Vigar when you're front face tanking that much damage. Now Damjello might be the one to change that as he comes in for this mid lane gank. We're just having action going all over the place. Here comes the baby cage once again, getting stunned up is going to be Damjello, but tricks it up. Will be able to get underneath the tower in time.
And no summoners used either. That's a great job from Drix It Up to do just that. Can teleport back to lane if so. And with that flash down from Drywall Enjoyers, maybe 4 on this Zed might look to try and pressure a little bit more. So he's just going to hover around, make sure he catches some of the XP before Drix It Up gets back to that lane. As we're going to check out that replay now that we have a little bit of a fresh air, and it is just a game of not just inches, centimeters, fractions of centimeters, because it's that
Millimeters.
animation cancel with the double flash. You see flash, animation, you saw that animation wind up just by that stop the movement, but because of that flash, it's game over for Solo Art, and that's the first kill of the game in this second game of the best of 3 series.
That's a tilter. That's a hard tilter right there.
It is a hard tilter, but you got to keep your head high. You got to stay up and prideful, especially when you do play compositions like this that are very volatile, very risky. And so, going back, we'll have to see if Soloar can avenge his own death and maybe see if you can wiggle yourself back into this game. I'll be curious to see what Soloar is going to be going first. Whether you might say, you know what, let's just try and see if I can go for a potential hull breaker and just be like extra tanky, or maybe go for a Blade of the Rune King, get some trades in, or just straight up grab your mythic item first. There's a lot of ways Aurelia can build, primarily to try and find a way into a game or to gain an advantage after already claiming one.
So tricks it up, leaving lane to go put a ward in. First Drake will be the Hex Drake.
Okay.
Pathing towards that area will be 4. Now looking over towards the top side. You see Explosive wants a piece of it. He has the Fear Beyond Death. The ultimate difference is there. And Solo Art, realizing he's kind of biting off more than he can chew. If that Fear Beyond Death lands, that could be the end right here, right now. No flash available for Solo Art. No trade going to be had.
Be very careful, Mr. Solo Art. Don't do anything hasty now. So the rest of your team is paying attention to this bottom lane. 4 on this Zed, doing a pretty good job at keeping up to farm. Ivern here, going to check in on the mid lane. See how curious both of these junglers truly are when it comes down to trying to find pressure. Neither of them, I would usually say Ivern pretty strong at gang pressure, but with how lanes have been situated, he can't really do too much. But with this Aphelios lane pressure that they were able to acquire, he's going to be starting this dragon. It's going to be rather slow without that Aphelios here. And they're smelling blood in the water. Johns Hopkins knows this is happening.
This is a tricky one to pull off. You don't have the greatest team at taking some of these early game fights. Still trying to hop in, staying together will be high point. Snare comes in, and the steal is going to be easy, all thanks to Drix It Up getting the flank here, but he's trying to find more as he goes after Asuka. Flower will take the blast plan away. Drywall Explorer looking for a way in. Not going to happen, as the dragon will be taken by Johns Hopkins University.
That's a good recovery from Johns Hopkins, able to smell the blood in the water and force High Point away from their own objective pressure. Seeing if they can recuperate, get back on track, but it is a dead even game so far. With that Hex Tech chosen. Seeing Flower Petals taking a little bit of damage here. This is where that Janna can get very, very obnoxious. Both having that Glacial Augment to just slow you into place, and also being able to harass you from a good distance. Janna, one of the better enchanters too, to challenge other enchanters. At this point, 4 has level 6, has Death Mark available, and Explosive's pretty far up. Doesn't have a lot of mana either. This looks like a prime opportunity to try and force a gank, but you gotta thin this wave out first if you're Solo Art. Might be able to do just that. It is Aurelia. You got some good damage. There you go. The ultimate started. Here it comes.
Ooh, ultimate popped wrong way goes Explosive. He's going to be completely caught out here, trying to land the Fear Beyond Death before he falls. 4 will make that not a reality. He's able to get his first kill of the game.
And with that, that's some success to help equal that top lane out a little bit more. And you saw how much damage Solar Art was able to dish out before even 4 got there. And with the Zed getting that kill, that's a good acceleration for this assassin jungler to start prioritizing some choke points or getting some vision control as well, because all you need is that extra kill, that extra advantage going over in favor of an assassin to really blow this game up. And with how squishy High Point University's composition is, if you're not near that Lulu, or if you're not Explosive Zergot, you might just be lights out because of how much damage, even through the shielding, can be applied.
In a matter of seconds, it can be all over. Drywall Enjoyer heading towards the bot lane with Damp Jello. They spot out the control ward, gonna clear it out. So the retreat called from Daydream and Christians. Spotting it out. Now 4 is coming over towards the side of the jungle. Drywall Enjoyer does have his red buff. Watching for the flank, but they're unable to find too much here. Can't really get the duo room to work out. Now over the wall, able to put down the baby cage. They don't realize 4 is there, and he yeah, the great equalizer will destroy High Point University, sending Damp all to the grave. Tricks it up, able to get the double kill on the back end of that on the Vygar, making another one over towards the top side as Solo Art gets a solo kill.
And Solo Art learning his lesson from the first fight, saying, you know what, I probably shouldn't fight when you're in turn range of your own defenses, and is able to get the 1-for-1 trade, but it is the mid lane. It Drix it up in 4 that are the highlights of that past few skirmishes. And they're able to get a dominant performance. Drywall Enjoyer just not having a good time at all. Down 30 CS, struggling to keep up with Drix it up, who's on that comfort pick of Vygar. And at all of this being said and done, this is what that double gauntlet being thrown down, the double up of Johns Hopkins University composition is. If they get ahead, the damage is going to be immense, it's going to be overwhelming, and I'm not sure if the Ivern and Lulu utility that can be provided is going to be enough to stop the damage.
Outright buying a Duskblade 4 off of this recall. Comes back in, no major purchases coming out for Drix it up, just shy. Couple of gold, walking away with relatively the same items, has his Predator boots on top of it. But now the gank over in the bot lane, looking for Christians, forces his flash. Has to flash away. Now over on the top side, another solo engage coming out from Solo Art, looking for Explosive, puts out the Vanguard's edge, and with a simple Q, it is over for Explosive. The 1v1 potential is there.
I hate it here. If I'm a top laner, Explosive is just having a terrible time. No ganks whatsoever from the Ivern, who can help sort of lock down this Aurelia and try and help set up with Daisy. No attention's being brought up here, and the one attention was from 4 on the Zed to sort of get this Aurelia back online, and it is it sucks. Like there's nothing else I can say, but it just sucks for Explosive here, who had a comfortable start, but is now 30 CS down, 3 kills to his name, or 3 deaths, excuse me, to his name. His Daydream in some trouble. That is a goodbye Varus.
She gets caught out. Asuka will grab that kill now. Fight going on over towards the mid lane. Jungle 4 taking it to Jam. The damage so big with that Duskblade. Now Drywall realizing it is the wrong side of town. Tricks it up, gonna chase him right back to his base.
Yeah, and that Predator on the Vygar is just so scary. He just waddles at you in the most intimidating fashion. And it's just not something you want to deal with, because you know that once he gets within range of Baby Cage, you are screwed. Like Event Horizon just locks you down and it's good night. It is game over for you. That's what happened to Drywall Enjoyer. He's done!
Oh, he didn't watch his tower. The health wasn't there. Shally already did a charge. Well, he's charged another death. Drywall Enjoyer. Death number 2 of the game. 12 minutes into this. Such a strong start for Johns Hopkins.
And now we're going to be watching the resources and the members of High Point University start to fall into the wayside. We already have Explosive, who's struggling the top side. Bottom lane is the only stable lane now for High Point University. Askalobos was able to get that kill onto Daydream, so you're winning out in that department because of how potent the Aphelios and Lulu are. So there's a little bit of a signal of hope for High Point, saying, look, we've got this pick here. We need to use it to the maximum. How do we get that? Oh well, not through this. The Solar just, there you go.
A little bit too disrespectful there.
Yeah, that was a little bit disrespectful. That was a pretty big ego check on that end. But back to the point of High Point University. You need to use Askalobos as that one carry, that specific one, to dump as much gold into as possible, get him into a position and to where he has access to a lot of things, and make sure Flower Petals is always on his back end. Like, make sure she's there to deny these assassins the capability to kill this Aphelios. And you can see she is sticking to Askalobos' hip like no tomorrow. You need to make sure that happens. But Dragon spawns. High Point University, no way to get into this objective. This is as good as done for Johns Hopkins. From here on, 24,000 to just about 19.5. You got a few extra moments before those turret plates fall, but with how those waves are positioned, there's no turret plates that are going to be cashed in for the remainder of this game, and I'd be looking at the next Rift Herald if I was Johns Hopkins, if I just want to continue to accelerate this game out of control.
This is disgusting so far from Johns Hopkins this entire series. A pretty brutal situation for High Point to be at as they try and survive, try and find a comeback. You're looking for what lane can really amount to too much here, and you see it in Asuka. That is pretty much going to be the shining point, but you have to survive this early game. You have to survive this mid lane, mid game. And it's only a Gale Force purchase so far. Well, you have your Mythic. Still going to be 2 more before we really see Asuka start to shine, and that might be a little bit too late for High Point to get back in.
This is where I'd say rotate to the mid lane. Get Lulu and Aphelios in that mid lane to where they have access to trying to counteract a lot of the proactivity that John Thompson would be looking for. And this is one of the questions that I addressed to you and the viewers, Desterix, about how lane assignments were to work once we arrived to this mid game. Solo Art still in the top side of the map, refuses to leave it. He's pretty much Hobbit life, like just sitting there trying to vibe, smoke some pipe weed, you know, be Bilbo Baggins for a good while. Like, he's just big chillin'. But if you want to be trying to make some leads and create some unexpected journeys here, like, you need to get out of this lane. Get away from this next objective, which is Rift Herald, and put that pressure on bot lane. And then have Daydream and Christians here, up here instead, being able to create picks and threats. But now we're just running into rinse and repeat, and I don't know if Solo's going to win this one.
He's going to try, but the Fear Beyond Death finds its mark. Explosive grabs that kill. 4 is going to be here and still look for the assassination on the Damp. He flashes into the bush, losing sight, forcing the flash out of 4. A slip up on the engage there, trying to get the assassination. Cannot find it. Drix it up now up towards this area, but all that attention, all those resources, you get a kill, but look at the bottom lane. Daydream and Christians are going to be able to grab a tower.
All right, take this tower. You spent your time here. Go ahead, reset head mid. That's what you need to do now for Daydream and Christians. Get this mid lane under control. Make sure that you have the 2 very powerful players that can create picks a lot easier and have the tools to lock someone down and punish mispositions, and to be able to have them in the back pocket for 4, who is doing very well on this Zed jungle. And then you'll also be hanging out with Vigar, who's going to be pretty close to the touch. So all of that being said and done, but Solo Art still going up to the top side, just does not care. It is his home. It is where he loves to be. And with that Rift Herald now gone and tucked into the pockets of 4, you can look to address this mid lane, which is pretty much ready for another Shelly setup. You just need to make sure you got the waves to challenge, you got the vision around it to focus any flanks, and if someone tries to pressure out and stop Shelly's siege, then you can be able to punish them fairly easily. With the kills at this moment in time, with the lead that Johns Hopkins can accrue, they're playing it safe, they're playing it slow, and they're taking some time to communicate to each other on what their best option is going forward for the next few minutes.
17 minutes into the game, a 5k lead for Johns Hopkins University. Still have that Gale Force now, Vampiric Scepter picked up by Asuka. A lot of kills going towards the top side, and Explosive, who has been able to at least take advantage of some of the hubris that we've seen from Solo Art. That being said, though, it hasn't amounted to much in map control. That is where High Point is really struggling. They can't seem to get their footing on the map. The further they try and go, the more their wards just end up on their side of the jungle, and they're not playing towards objectives as well. Last time we saw Drake up, the package was grabbed by Drywall Enjoyer, but they just can't get into a position where they can use it and challenge some of these Drakes. Now 4 is going to look to challenge Drywall Enjoyer. Over the wall, jumps in, just waiting for him to Valkyrie away so he can use the Death Mark. It's not even needed. No Valkyrie going to be used. No Death Mark to follow. It's just an easy kill picked up for 4.
And even has Serpent's Fang too, to negate all of the shielding that's going to be coming in from High Point University. So proactive itemization coming in already from 4. And this dragon spawning in 10 seconds. No one in the vicinity for High Point University to challenge. They're too busy looking at top side, seeing if they can stabilize the side lane, which, again, it's a side lane. Don't worry about it at this point. You need to group up and try and get control of mid lane, where a lot of the access points for this map are. And they're not looking at it. They're letting Asuka do whatever. And Flower Petals had to flash because look who is waddling towards her. It's Drix.
Oh, and walks right into the chain of corruptions. Drix it up.
Good night.
Easy kill picked up. Just quick drive through, to be honest.
Yeah.
And the attention is still up here for Damp Jello. This is not going to really get you too much. They're trying to go for a kill. They're able to get it on the Fear Beyond Death. But this is a tier 1 tower, Cole. look what's being sieged over here in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's just 4 members of Johns Hopkins, and make it only 1 member. Oh, they haven't used the package to get away from that one, but sure, you get objective bounty, but you're losing your base here. You need to recall fairies very soon. They're hitting the recall buttons now, but this tier 3 turret, this inhibitor turret in bottom lane is as good as gone.
Wow.
Maybe even
Inhib's
gone too.
You don't need that gold on Urgot. You need gold on Asuka.
Oh, they save it just in time.
Barely able to save it, but damn, Jello gets chunked out right away. Has to go back to the respawn. 4 members strong is high point. They defend their inhibitor, but this was off a play that they called in the top lane, and Johns Hopkins are just one little speck away from taking an inhib.
Yeah, and you can hear solo art in comms too when that was happening. You're just like, hey, when I'm getting camped, there's 2 top, and from there, Johns Hopkins says, all right, don't worry about it. You can back off if you need to, but we're going to be taking the rest of their base in the bottom lane with the Herald. And it was just sort of the ego of Solo Art saying, I think I can take him. I think I can 2v1. Just sort of coming into play and making him 2 and 4 on this Aurelia. It is going to be Gore Drinker Aurelia too, so, you know, a little bit more sustained, a little bit more bruiserish. Not bad, but sometimes Mortal Shield Poe does wonders. But nonetheless, with all of that pressure given away top side, or from bottom side, thank goodness. Solo Art is now officially out of the top lane.
No way.
And is
He's
like,
done it.
There's no turrets bot? Alright, I'm going to go try and pressure this inhib now. So that is something I'm so proud. I'm watching him grow up
Boy has
before
grown.
my eyes.
The boy has grown. So
Moving out, doing his own things in the world, leaving the top lane house.
It's finally left the nest.
Yep.
Now in the bottom lane, in a lane that's heavily pushed in already. Drywall Enjoyer gets chased down.
He's just vibing, bro. It's like that's all he's doing. But at this, okay, so the other thing too, with that High Point is struggling with, is that the Corki is not getting like any kind of effect with the package at all, because he's just struggling with either package timings, not being able to be around the objectives when they contest, or he just straight up gets bursted out before he's able to get to a position where he can challenge with that package. We had seen that just a few moments ago, but you know, it's 5 minutes recharge time now with this patch, so let's see how that turns out. But speaking of recharge, we're seeing Damp try and see if he can get some kills top.
Then Horizon stalls for some time, but the chain of corruption is going to go wide. So will the Fear Beyond Death. A tower going down in the bot lane. That's an inhibitor tower off the distraction. Solo Art's going to go after Drywall Enjoyer. Able to flash away will be Drywall Enjoyer. Slipping all over the place, but Solo Art will still secure the kill. Ultimate goes out over on the top side, chasing away. High Point University is going to be Johns Hopkins University.
TP.
The teleport being used. They're just looking to get out of this and defend their Nexus towers. But Johns Hopkins University says no. They're going for more. Flower Petals gets locked up in the baby cage, and Force is going to walk up with the Shurikens and make it a triple kill.
And Force 6-0 on this Zed jungle is dominating ever since the first kill from mid lane. He's just accelerated this game more and more, and thanks to the rest of his team, Solard helping out with side lane pressure, Christians and Daydream, both of them being able to create that pressure and that zone control with the assistance of Drix It Up as well to make sure that this Zed is unstoppable, untouchable, and unkillable. Perfect performance from Johns Hopkins tonight as they get their Baron power play, jumping themselves and accelerating to almost a 12,000 gold lead. I'm going to be able to watch that one again and see how this all came into fruition.
Yeah, it was all started off of this engage over on the top side, and you can see how hard High Point are trying to fully retreat out of this because of the pressure coming out of Solo Art in the bot lane.
Yeah, and from here on out, it's like, all right, TP's gone, and 4 knows he has the damage to just blow people up, and that was that question all ago. Can you have the survivability and the durability with this Lulu and Ivern to survive? And at this point, there is no stage, there's no checkpoint to get back into a place where you can survive this Zed's burst damage. He will just obliterate you before you're able to hit exhaust on him, and even when you do, he's just going to be able to dip back into the shadows and wait it out before he comes back for more. So now with this power play available, they're going to be parading down mid lane, trying to get that pressure, but it is the Dragon Soul with this Mountain Soul that is in their sights for now. They're going to take it with ease. It's going to be done in a blink of an eye with how much damage they're going to be able to do. There it is, already down to 1,000. It's done. Now all they need to do, look at mid, look at this pressure, look at what Drix It Up is looking to choke into a kill zone. And Daydream has ultimate available, all you need to do is find that one target, and they will be light out. It lit up. There it is.
Ooh, there comes the chain of corruption. So much
Whoa.
damage onto explosive. Just Drix it up, and Daydream on the tag team tear it apart. Now Solo Arc goes in. The Vanguard not find too much else. Super minions starting to pile up into the bottom wave. Don't have the wave pushed over on the top side. There's still an outer tower, but I don't even think they care that that outer tower is still up. They're looking to just end it with it still intact, because this is far too easy when you have dominance in this much control.
Yep, very true. This one forward, take this inhib, possibly reset to try and challenge, but you have Baron. You can look for an inhibitor, or excuse me, a Nexus turret if you'd like. It looks like they're going to be doing just that. Doing so much damage to those structures with that Vygar. Able to push her for more. They've got the poke with the Varus. They've got the team fight back end positioning with the Zed and the Janna. That is a half health. Asuka, Aphelios. This is looking like the final hours, the final tolls of the bell for High Point University.
High Point University keep getting chipped away, forced back onto that respawn to get some health back, and then back to the front line.
Oh!
Oh!
Bye-bye!
Oh no! What, this is so fast! Drywall dead now, so is Drix. I'm still trying to catch up with what's going on as Johns Hopkins University, they flex right on a High Point, taking down 3. Flower Petals falls on the respawn, and Damp Jello could do nothing in this case. He's just an Ivern. He provides shields, he provides knockups, he doesn't provide damage, and this Nexus completely exposed. Johns Hopkins University, it is a little bit one more of an attempted flex, accidentally gonna bust a blood vessel on that one, but a 2-0 sweep from Johns Hopkins University.
And there's nothing else to say, but Johns Hopkins was a dominant team in this best of 3 for the Eastern region. And a phenomenal performance all around. They were able to bring out so much pressure. They showed how flexible they were on their picks, on their drafts. They got a lot of the comfort picks in Game 2, and they really were able to play to the conditions that they understood. They understood all the matchups that they needed to, how those teams are supposed to work together in the late game, but most importantly, how the champions accelerate their leads in the early stages. Even if it was rash, even if it was a little bit risky for some of those plays, especially with 4 and Solo Arc specifically in that top lane, they were still able to understand some of those limitations, being able to pick up an easy 2-0 best of 3 series tonight.
That was such a strong performance coming out of Johns Hopkins University. There's not much that can be said. Like, you definitely see the places where you want to correct, but when you have a performance like that, when you're able to control a team like that, let's just take a moment to enjoy the dub, because that was some beautiful work coming out of Johns Hopkins University. Taking a quick 2-0, now advancing to 3-1 in the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, very, very strong performance from them, but also for High Point University, I think this is going to be a very good sort of a life lesson for them in this series specifically, because you're looking at wanting to understand yourself more than you are to understand your opponent. A lot of this was much more of an inner battle and inner conflict of them trying to prioritize their correct positions and reading what they need to see within themselves. Because Asuka and Flower Petals did well in this bottom lane, but it was a lot of these differences. This is just all right, back and forth with the dashes, but it's like it is those small details, those very small details that Johns Hopkins University's understood, and though they did push the limit a little bit there and tried to pressure the line, they were able to find a lot of those kills. And it's like, sure, you won the 1-for-1 trade at level 2, doesn't matter. I'll come back at you level 6, level 8, level 9, and be able to take you on at those stages where I know I'm stronger. And that's where Johns Hopkins just showed their prowess and showed their knowledge of what they were able to bring tonight.
Such a beautiful performance, such aggression, such confidence in their play. We are going to have an interview with one of the winners from Johns Hopkins University, and that is going to be Daydream in a couple of seconds. So excited to see that one after the display they were able to put here today. Like, I keep echoing the same thing over and over, but because I really don't know what to say when you have 2 games that were this dominant, that were ended in sub 30 minutes when we've had these longer games. But now we have Daydream ready here to join us. Welcome to the desk, Daydream. Congratulations on the win.
Oh, hello. It's good to be here.
Perfect.
Feeling
Well,
very
to start it
excited.
all off, To start it all off, again, congratulations. But I have to ask you, how does it feel to kind of be forced to play weak side ADC in these two games when really you showed the prowess to be the main carry out of it all with the Varus and the Xayah performance?
Doesn't matter. My team is just better, I guess. I'll just play weak side if it gets wins. That's how it works. The life of an AD carry.
So, tell me about some of the preparation coming into matchups like this, because NACE Starleague, there is very limited information you're able to gain. What's the prep process? What is your pregame hour before heading into NACE Starleague?
So our pregame hour, this is kind of different. It's a streamed match, and there's some scheduling stuff. So we sort of had a bunch of downtime. I mean, the way we feel is that we are confident in our game plan. We don't need to sweat and stress out. My teammates are playing ARAMs. I did my makeup for this interview because I knew we were gonna win anyway. So we don't stress out too much. We want to play our game and we execute on it well. I'm happy about our performances today, and when we're firing on all cylinders like this, I just don't see how we lose.
Yeah, true. Well, speaking of which, the team has jumped up 3 wins to 1 loss, but that does mean with the Swiss bracket that you're going to be going up against heavier competition. So, any thoughts on sort of how the team is going to be able to prep, and really how has it been participating in Johns Hopkins sort of ecosystem and their program for League of Legends and in esports?
Yeah, I mean, for the going up against heavier opponents part, I mean, I feel like that's sort of the most fun part about TSL. You could go play against weaker teams, 2-0 them every week, but that's not why I do this, and I feel like that's not why our team and our program has sort of been set up. It's the program itself, it's student led. Our captains for our CLAW team and our CSL team, we make everything happen. We're on the Rift and off the Rift. We're sort of a big family, and it's I'm excited for some more difficult matches. Fighting up against some higher weight classes.
All right, and lastly, do you have any shout outs you want to give a quick toss out to?
Of course, first of all, shout outs to my teammates and shout outs to all my friends that came and watched in Twitch chat. I spammed the link to all of my friends in DMs. Shout out to, Yvonne, Jason, my friend Shima for telling me about the AP Varus builds. But yeah, it's great to be here, great to be on stream. I'm sorry that to my team that this happened so late. They are seniors and they are very tired and they want to go to bed.
Well, we'll let you and your team rest up. We want to thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your win again.
Thank you.
All right, fun little interview right there. Glad to see so much confidence in her team.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see how well the rest of Johns Hopkins' journey is going to be later down the line. Like we mentioned, Swiss brackets, so heavier and more elite competition is yet to come. And it's only week 4 in a wild regular season and playoffs that will be coming up in the spring 2022 season of NACE Starleague.
We still have a lot of play to go, but for the day we are done. So we want to take a look at the schedule for the week as we wrap up and kind of wind down. As today, Tuesday, we just finished up some League of Legends coverage. Over tomorrow, be sure to catch Call of Duty on Fridays, CSGO, and start off the week at the top with Rocket League and Overwatch on Mondays.
Yeah, so better get locked and loaded for more NACE Starleague action. I'm going to be excited to see what teams we're going to be seeing all those days, as well as all the schools that we're going to be representing with those players. But can't see them until we get to the next day and see it into the next week until we get more league action as well.
All right, so that's going to do it here on the casting desk. My name is Eric Desrex Beltran. Joining me on the desk was Cole, Coco the Dragon Dambly. I want to thank you for joining us and be sure to tune in next time for more NACE Starleague.